Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy in the waters. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Good day to you. So what are we going to do now? The Epstein files is out, live and direct in your grill. Did you read the 3 million pages yet? T3 got game. Good day. We don't mourn each other. We say good day to each other. And when I say good day to you, make sure you say back, because I could feel that great productive energy. So what up, T3 guy gang? Good day to you. It's crazy. Everybody want to point fingers. What up, Shadow? Good day, Shadow. How you feeling today? How you feeling today? Shadow the Time Watch with 2 dots. Absolutely nothing. No, we're going to do something with it. All right, ambitious. Have a good day at work. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit the like on your way out. No problem. Stop it, ATM. Beyonce ain't going nowhere. It's too late for her to leave. If she wanted to leave, she should have left when they was fighting in that goddamn elevator. It is too late now. It's too late now. She's going to have to ride. She's going to have to stick by her man, even though everybody else is leaving his ass. I think Mama Knows done unfollowed him. It seemed like she ain't never liked his ass anyway. You know, she don't like those old men. You know, Miss Tina, she ain't never liked those old hustling ass men, because she already had her time with them, and it didn't work out. So, you know. So I doubt if she is getting her divorce papers, that would be woo-wee. That would be crazy. But Jay-Z has lost one of the most followers to date. I think he went from 4 million subs to 1 million. That's crazy. That's substantial. I believe also the NFL done divorced him from social media as well, which is kind of crazy. Everybody's dropped, is abandoning ship. Damn. God damn, Kulu. So she did all of that. Shout out to Nicki Minaj, because she's out there doubling down. And I think the interesting part of it, right? Because now we're going to see people like Nicki Minaj really hone in on the part of Jay-Z is the one that is being brought up in all of these memos and how he is a part of this island since 1996. Thank you so much, Kulu. Since 1996, he's been doing some nefarious things, and this is before he was so-called famous. And it just goes to show how much ties that he had into this this industry, being, you know, a street dealer and everything like that. You get the lights? And so, you know, so that's going to be even Pusha T. Maybe the T stands for teens. Pusha teens. I don't know. So, and you know, and it kind of, you know, the scariest part about it, and people start really piecing things together with Jay-Z. Things is going to get a little like he's have a track record with dating younger ladies, right? We have the whole track record with him and Aaliyah. When she was 15, he was a grown-ass man. We have a whole track record of Foxy Brown and Jay-Z. He was a grown-ass man and she wasn't. We have a track record with that young lady that claiming, and with this young man that got a son out there that supposedly is going to get a you know, a paternity test, but he got tricked about that situation. So now he had to drop the case. And Beyonce, yep, because Beyonce is questionable. When. Even we give her legal, it was very close to being not legal. She is a couple, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was he with her 17 or was he with her when she hit 18? And then we always hear the conversations. We heard it plenty of times on plenty of platforms. What's the difference between 17 and 18 and 18 and 16? We hear about some of your favorite streamers say crazy shit like this. We hear some of y'all favorite streamers act like it's okay. Robin them said it's some goddamn missed calls from Rihanna. What missed call? And it makes you really believe, why did they jump down on Puff's daddy so soon? Maybe they had word that he had some kind of some more files with Epstein, since they are all intertwined in the situation. I think they missed. I believe they missed whatever they was looking for with Diddy, and that's how come he's getting off the way how he is, or he cut a deal somehow. Yes, free JC, free JDC. Yeah, we've been seeing it for many of years. How men talk about youthfulness in women, and we see for many years so many men and women out here on these platforms pushing the remedial rhetoric of these goddamn degenerate people. Damn, they showed a missed call from Rihanna as well. Hey, this is how I look at it. I don't give a damn if I like your music, if I liked you, if I was even your friend before. If I found out you doing some foul things with children, hey, that friendship is done. It ain't no coming back from that. What up, Mr. Sense of the World? We got to stop excusing bad behavior just because we like or dislike the person. Because Nicki Minaj, she's on her high horse now because clearly she has a beef with Jay-Z. She doesn't like the man at this point in her life. Fine. I don't know what they be doing over here. Fine. But if you're going to go on Jay-Z and say how he's been a predator and he's been doing snaky things and destroying communities, you are now going to say with your momentum go card, Nicki Minaj, you're going to have to say the same thing about your brother, your homie, all this person that you have great backing in, Donald J. Trump as well. See, because both sides, it doesn't matter. This is a problem that we've been having. Hopefully now with these Epstein files out, with these 3 million, that's ridiculous. Absolutely. Hopefully, y'all hitting that like and the share button so we could just get our thoughts out there. Can't forget about that. So we just getting warmed up. I got a lot of thoughts on this. I am going to open up the panel so we could discuss it together. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm trying to gather them together while I'm talking to y'all. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. And the release of more than 3 million pages and 2,000 videos connected to the Epstein files have shaken the entire country. At least it should. Not just one political party, not just one industry, not just one group of elites. Everyone, for the first time in a long time, the public is seeing names from both sides of the aisle, both sides of entertainment, both sides of influence. And the reaction has been, I don't know, not explosive enough to me. What makes this moment so intense is that the first wave of names gaining attention includes individuals who have recently criticized Donald Trump, in my opinion. I got a lot to say. Sorry. To me, it is no coincidence that Jay-Z that asked Bad Bunny to do the goddamn show, and then Bad Bunny saying what he said yesterday. It's no coincidence to me. The NFL, hey, they're trying to distance themselves. The DOJ deleted their files as man. It is a lot happening, Robin. Real quick and real fast. People immediately, right? Out of 3 million pages, people immediately pointed to Jay-Z, especially after he brought Bad Bunny to the Super Bowl. A performer who has publicly opposed ICE. And then we got Elon Musk's name surface. And then Pusha T. My bad. I apologize. Pusha T. They call him something else now. MD's Luffy said, hey, listen, I'm trying to unpack it from a reliable source. The only reliable source that we have right now is the 3 million pages. That's the reliable source at this moment. To be honest with you, to get a reliable source, you gotta have to keep digging into civilian journalism and parse it out through that way. Because you go to any other media, like the major outlets, they are going to focus on just one side that is going to benefit them. So if you go to a leftist media, they only going to talk about Donald Trump names in the Epstein files. If you go to a right-wing media, they are going to talk about the people that's on the left that is on the Epstein files. It's a crazy, nasty world out there right now. Kulu says, as of right now, Kamala Harris' name isn't in these Epstein files. I like what you're doing there. Kulu. I see you. Hey, can't name ain't in those files. Hey, you know who name is in those files? Speaking of politics. I'm a dog. I'm a hound dog, Davey. Get it right. Don't get it twisted. Never been a Dalmatian, all right? I'm a hound dog. Hey, I find it interesting that Mondani's mother is in the files. I do find that very interesting. Mondani's mother, she was also married to an Epstein herself. From what I understand, is no relation. She was married to a Michael Epstein, which from there is no relation, but she was married to an Epstein herself. Thank you so much, MDs. But she's a part of this shit too. It is It is not a coincidence that she has pictures with Jeffrey Epstein. She got pictures with Trump. No wonder pictures with Trump when her son Madani was also a kid old enough to understand who Donald Trump was, to remember who Donald Trump was. This thing is getting deep. Majorities, politicians, and entertainers, they all was part of this. They had to do something to get in. And that's what makes and this is why I believe being a celebrity is way more difficult in today's time, because there's no machine behind people anymore. Before, people had this machine. You go ahead and, hey, what up? Oh, so I see you changed your logo. Shout out to you. I see that people was getting into these goddamn groups of degenerate people. And that's how they got the backing behind them. They did whatever they did. Make sure they was implicated in whatever activities that these disgusting people had. And that's how they became famous. And nowadays, it's hard to figure out who's a real celebrity because this whole shit done blew up. It's about to get worse. And instantly, social media turned into a battlefield of gotcha moments with people using the list as attack to attack their political opponents. But there's the twist, right? Trump's name is in the files too. This is the whole twist to the thing. Everybody that was screaming out Donald Trump is here to help the children, and he's here to it was so many people here in my panel when I was on my Kamala Harris campaign. When I was on my Cam campaign, and I was telling people how Cam is a way, like she is a way more competent candidate because she has a track record. She been moving things. She been doing things. Has she made some mistakes in the political world? Yes. But I think she is somebody that is held herself accountable for the mistakes she's made, and we can move forward with her. She has a better economical plan. So many different things. And the majority of people, when I was on my Cam campaign, a lot of people was like, I don't understand, Sharon. Why are you so against Donald Trump? And he is the only person that is trying to get rid of the PDF files. Yes. He is the only politician out there that is trying to get rid of the PDF out. And now, a couple of years later, 4 to 5 years later, now we see he is in these files his name is in there for over 5,000 times. More than any other name. That's right, my girl Cam. Shout out to Shicey. She know I was on the Cam wave. We know Bubba School wasn't on the Cam wave. We know Bubba School was saying like, yeah, Donald Trump is the only one trying to protect the children. You know, Shicey, I gotta give respect where respect is due. I be seeing you. You be holding me accountable, but you also be holding me down. You don't let people just lie on me. So I appreciate you, Shicey. Shicey be out there like when those people be lying, putting lies on Sharon's name. She like, nah, I ain't letting you do that. Sharon don't be doing that. So shout out to Shicey for holding me down. I seen you, Shicey, fighting for my life. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, girl. Thank you so much. People just want to lie on you and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. And the conversations get complicated. Just don't be abusing it. So I have to, don't make me, just don't abuse it. Because now the same people who are ready to weaponize the list against their rivals have to confront the reality that their own side isn't clean either. That same energy used to expose the opposite suddenly becomes quiet, hesitant, and redirected. And that's the core issue, selective outrage. This moment is exposing a truth many people don't want to face. If you only care about the names that hurt your enemies, you don't care about justice. You care about winning. The Epstein files aren't a political tool. They are a mirror, and that mirror is reflecting something uncomfortable. Powerful people across politics, entertainment, business, and culture were connected to a man involved in horrific, heinous crimes. I sound like a goddamn SVU, damn. This isn't a left problem or a right problem. It's a power problem. The real question now is whether the public will demand accountability from everyone involved, or whether people will continue cherry picking names that fit their narratives while ignoring the ones that don't. Because if the country only focused on the individuals they already dislike, then nothing changes. The cycle continues. The truth gets buried under tribal loyalty. And this moment, it requires courage, right? And so that's what we understand. Look at the full list, not just the convenient parts. The courage to admit that corruption doesn't belong to one party. No, the courage to demand transparency from every corner of power, and the courage to stop treating justice like a team sport. The files are out. The evidence is massive. The implications are enormous. Now the question is simple. Will people finally hold everyone accountable, or will they only point fingers at the other side? That's the question. We're gonna dive into it. We're gonna pull up some videos. We're gonna pull up some things that's being said. Some crazy things is being said about Jay-Z and Pusha T. Some crazy things are being said about these people right now. It is not addictive of crime. All right, Sharon Benson. Make sure y'all are hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep it going. Just keep it going. That's right. Jay-Z was one of my favorite rappers. But hey, just because he was one of those things, it doesn't mean that I'm going to give him any type of excuse. I'm going to take the information as is until he could prove otherwise. See, because we had a wool over our eyes for a very long time. Right? We kind of excuse all the goddamn things with him and Aaliyah, him and Rihanna, him and Beyonce, him and Foxy Brown. We kind of ignored all those things. All of that information. We ignored it. Because his music was good, because they made it seem like he was something so special. Because of the idea of celebrity and how tough he was, and he's a real street dude and all these other crazy things. But we know in that era, for sure, in that era, those are the guys that people always talk about. Those are the guys that people always talk about. That was the man picking up the girls at high school. That was way too old to be picking up girls at high school. Chezzy, he ain't dropping no other album. Like, don't we see, like, it's crashing out bad. Absolutely, Robert. I am. God damn it. Don't you get it twisted. Yeah, I'm a celebrity. However, That's right. I ain't gonna let you tell me any different, neither. I ain't gonna let you tell me anything different. The difference is I didn't have to join no goddamn cult. Robert F., I didn't have to drink the Kool-Aid. And if I am at all, if I do turn into one, exactly, I ain't on no goddamn Epstein file. And we're gonna have to make adjustments. Hey, listen, as of right now, everybody calling that man crazy. You feel me? Thank you. We are going to have to really look at Kanye West a little differently. It doesn't seem like he's on those goddamn files. We might have to look at Kanye West a little different. All those times when we were saying that he was crazy and hey. What's up, Miss Corinne? How you feeling? Hey, maybe Kanye wasn't crazy. He might be weird, but as of right now, he ain't that kind of weird. As of right now, he ain't Jay-Z weird. He ain't Pusha T weird, but it does make you want to question things because he's around them a lot. So, you know, he might not be in the files as of yet. It is 3 million pages. However, he is around Jay-Z a whole lot. He's around Pusha T a whole lot. They saying the T stands for teens, Robin. They calling that man Pusha Teens. All of a sudden, you know, it is interesting that the Clips was the first people to ever rap at the Louvre. That's a little interesting, and they are not big time celebrities. How did they be the first rappers to rap at some place like the Louvre? How did they get a Grammy? It is interesting. It is interesting. Shout out to Phil James with the $4.99. What that T stands for, there, I don't know. That T might stand for teens. I don't know. Hey, Phil James with the $4.99. Go back and look at the people who have been unalive in the last 20 years for talking about this stuff. Alex Jones called this out in the 1990s. Damn. That's what I'm saying, Robin. And they're saying the T stands for Pusha Teens. God damn it. I don't know. I don't know what the T stands for. I don't know. It's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, Pusha T is involved in the Epstein files. These are the first few names. I do find it interesting of the names that came out first out of 3 million pages. These people are absolutely 100% sick. There's something wrong with them. Shout out to Time Wise. He ain't Jay-Z wear. Put that on a shirt. Maybe we will do that. Shout out to Kareem Mackey with the 99 cents super sick. Thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you. It is interesting to say the least, man. I mean, man, with those Epstein files dropped, the whole country clutched its pearls. At the same time, 3 million pages, 2,000 videos. That's not evidence. That's a lifetime subscription to chaos. You know how messy your life got to be for the government to have 3 million pages on you? Think about that. Think about that. That's not a file. That's a library. Everybody's nervous. Politicians are sweating like they were in a sauna. Celebrities are certainly remembering that they had no comment. People deleting tweets from 2009 like that was going to save them. And then the names start coming out, and the first few, oh, the internet had a field day. People saw Jay-Z's name and said, see, I knew something was up when he booked Bad Bunny for the Super Bowl. It's crazy. Like Bad Bunny performance is somehow connected to international crime. People will connect anything if they don't like you. Then Elon Musk's name pops up. Then Pusha T, I apologize. And suddenly everybody who's talking trash about Trump last week is trending. The internet was like, aha, gotcha. Like they was Scooby-Doo pulling mask off villains. I always knew it was you. But then the plot twist, because after all that finger pointing, all of that celebrate, all that look at your side energy, people realize, oh, wait, there are names from both sides in here. And the whole country went silent. Like a classroom when the teacher asks, who broke this? And everybody looks at the floor. This is where it gets funny, because now the left and the right got to figure out how to talk about this without exposing themselves. The left is like, look at those conservatives. And then they scroll down the list and go, oh. The right is like, look at those liberals. And then they scroll down the list and go, oh. It's like watching two people argue about who stole the cookies, no pun intended, while both of them got crumbs on their shirts. And the funniest part, everybody suddenly becomes selective. People don't want the truth. They want the truth that makes their side look good. If a name they don't like shows up, see, I told you, guilty. If a name they do like shows up, well, we don't know the context. Let's wait for more information. Innocent until proven guilty. The hypocrisy is at an Olympic level. Gold medal performances across the board. This is why these panel discussions matters, because the real question isn't who's on the list. The real question is, are people finally ready to hold everybody accountable? Or are they just going to weaponize the names they don't like? Because if the country only cares when the other side is guilty, then nobody actually cares about justice. They just care about winning arguments, and that's the problem. At the end of the day, this whole situation is a mirror, a big, ugly, uncomfortable mirror. And when America looks into it, it doesn't see left or right. It sees a whole lot of powerful people who thought they were untouchable. Now the truth is out, the files are out, the videos are out, and the question is, are we finally going to deal with all of it, or just parts that make our enemies look bad? Because justice doesn't have a political party. Accountability doesn't have a favorite team. And the truth doesn't care who you voted for. Man, I'll be goddamn cooking up. It's my initial thoughts. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. And it's starting to show that we, the people, we have way more power than we ever thought. We can affect people's bottom lines. We don't have to allow them to tell us who are the people that we should be following and paying attention to. It is no more need to follow degenerates. There's no need to give up our principles because everybody else is making it seem like this person is good. There's no need for it. It's crazy out here. Let me see if we can find some. Let me see if we can find some evidence. How about that? Because some of these things is just insane. Some of these things is just insane. People act as if Donald Trump was this freedom fighter. All right. What about these pictures? Right? They released a whole bunch of pictures. What is this? What is this? No, we do stand a chance. That's a problem. We can't give up now. No, we stand a chance. This is craziness. You can't justify this craziness. So, like, you cannot just have Donald Trump as a blame. Hey, we also got who else? Bill Clinton is there as well. This is not AI. These are some of the pictures. These are some of the pictures that's been released so far. What is Donald Trump and Bill Clinton laying in the bed together doing? This is worse than any Myron video of him laying down with some men in the picture. This is not AI. This shit is so wild that it's going to make us believe that this shit is AI. That's how crazy these pictures are. Some of these pictures, like maybe they are going to put some AIs in the middle, and this is the problem that we have in today's time. Like, we don't know what is what anymore. We don't know what's the truth. We have no idea what's the truth at this point. Shit is crazy. And this is going to be the issue now, right? Because you cannot just make this a left or right situation, right? You can't make it an up and down situation. You cannot just blame the music industry. It is also the acting industry. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's crazy. They got princes and everything on all. Some of the stuff we can't even show because they got princes and all these things on all fours. They got them on all fours. God damn it. And the fact that, like, when people see their favorite person in this situation, all of a sudden it's AI. This is crazy. What's up, Beachy? What is real? What is not? We have no idea. We don't know if Alex Pretty was real or fake. We don't know what's going on anymore. But we do understand this. Donald Trump, his whole administration, they've been caught lying recently. When Alex Pretty was shot dead on the street, they came out with some fugazi. They made this man into a domestic terrorist. There is no proof of that at all. And so let's just go with it. Let's go with it. Those pictures that I just showed that people are putting out there, that is on the deal, like, it is out there. It's over 2,000 videos. 2,000 of them. It's 2,000 videos, and his name is brought up over 5 1,000 times. In 1996, it says his name, Sean Carter. He was a part of the whole situation because we all know what he was doing in 1996. We know who was moving all those D-rugs out there in them streets. We know his name ain't Pusha T for no goddamn reason. What was he pushing? So while these people were not celebrities as of yet, however, these people was around all the people because they was able to bring in the proper D-rugs. They was able to provide certain things. They was saying in these Epstein files, this is what it was being said in these Epstein files, that this man was the one that was trafficking these teenage girls. He was the one that was befriending them. He was the handler of the teens, Pusha Teens. That's why I'm calling him that for right now. This is what the Epstein files is pushing out there. So what all I'm saying is that, yeah, it's going to be some fake photos out there, some real ones. Regardless of that, we are not going to be able to deny that the same very person that you are pushing for is a part of the problem for a very long time. I'm doing my best just to report what we are seeing. That's all I'm doing to the best of my ability. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, narratives. I'm just trying to do it to the best of my ability. Right? So they also got this video, this picture. I guess this is goddamn AI too. I don't know. This is what people are bringing up. Is it real or fake? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This looks scary to me. What is going on here? I have no idea. Who is this? This is Prince Andrew. What was he doing over this young lady passed out? I don't know. I don't know what he doing over. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Hey, what's up, FJ? I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of some things. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm saying that people believe that their side of the coin is the proper side, and in reality, these Epstein files are showing that the left or the right side, neither side is any good. Right? We got to deal with the appropriate person. Stop trying to gangbang and stop trying to be a part of the Republicans and stop trying to be a part of the Democrats. It's time. It's crazy to me. We don't know. And the crazy part, we don't know what's real and what's not. That is the craziest part to it. That is the scariest part to it. We don't know what's real and what's not. Okay, so all you gotta do is go to justice.gov and type in Sean Carter, and you can see what pops up. It says in approximately 1996, resided within an unknown man abducted from her home, which she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter. I guess that is AI as well. I'm guessing that's AI as well. I guess that is AI as well. Go ahead and go to justice.gov and type in Sean Carter. See what it says. You can see for yourself. Y'all keep saying that it's me. I guess this is AI as well. You read it. What does it say? You read it. Because they said, I gotta be careful. Justice.gov. Sean Carter. Search. In approximately 1996, resided within an unknown man, abducted from her home. She later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter. That's crazy. Do we want to read through this together? Do we want to read through this together? Or y'all going to keep saying that it's AI because it's somebody might be implicated that as a part of your party? And I said it earlier. When it's somebody, this is all you gotta do is go to the justice.gov. So and here's the thing. I don't want y'all to believe me. This is not a believe Sharon shit. This is not I have to go ahead and bring out any truth or facts. I don't have to do that. The purpose of me having these shows and having these thoughts is to help create more critical thinking so we won't stop, so we can stop just following somebody blindly. That's been going on for way too long. So I don't want you to just trust me and believe anything that I say. No. That's not what I want you to do. I want you to do the research. I want you to be intrigued on more things other than D and P conversations, other than just political party banging. And I said, once we start bringing out people that the person like, they're going to start saying, hey, innocent until proven guilty. They don't want to actually do the research. The files is out there. All you got to do is go ahead and search for the files on the justice.gov and type in your favorite person's name. Sean Carter. Go ahead. Donald Trump. See what pops up. And do your own research. Critically think. I don't want you to just trust me and believe everything I say, because that is not a good way to critically think. I have my own thoughts. I want you to have your own thoughts so we can get back and discuss what is happening. Thank you so much for the cash app. It says, good day in the clouds. Hit the like button. Thank you so much, beautiful. I really appreciate it. If I type in my favorite person, it's going to be Sharon. And Sharon does not pop up on the Epstein files. I'm my favorite person, god damn it. Let me get a water bag. Thank you. I'm my favorite person. But if you want, we can read this together and we can figure it out. Right? Because we gotta understand, right? It is this is gonna take months and possibly years to actually really hash out. They didn't release 3 million files and 2,000 videos for no reason. This is gonna take months and years to really figure out. Right? Because somebody did this is just a ridiculous amount of information at one time. When Pusha T uncle said you must be sick because all you talk about is chains and whips, he wasn't talking about jury and cause. when Pusha T said, my uncle told me, hey, you must be sick. All you talk about is getting rich and talk about chains and whips. He wasn't talking about jewelry and he wasn't talking about vehicles. We know that now, as of right now. This shit is crazy. So let's try to read it. Let's see what it says. Let's read it. What it says. A lot of stuff is redacted, right? Okay, 7/10/2019 at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Redacted. Called the FBI National Threat Operations Center, the NTOC, to identify herself as a victim of a sex abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. And this is the information this person provided. In approximately 1994, revealed herself to as a past victim of a sex abuse by Epstein. Described the abuse occurred during parties. Further identified as a friend of in approximately 1996. Wow. And shout out to the Cash App. You cooking, you make me. You know, that's not an easy thing to do that to you. So, hey, that made me feel good. I needed that great productive energy. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you. Damn it, not to make me get all emotional. About to make me get all let me drink some water, god damn it, before I got drink my own tears. Whoa. Thank y'all so much. Hey, listen, y'all don't understand how much y'all mean when y'all show me likes, shares, dollars. Listen, supporting. I appreciate everybody that can support in every which way that you can. Thank you so much. Seriously. It means a lot. What up, Jordan? Right. So in approximately 1996, resided within an unknown man abducted blank from her home, which she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter Jay-Z. Wow. While Weinstein had inserted his fingers into blank, blank believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. That is, well, we all know Harvey Weinstein's MO. We understand what he's all about. So I'm pretty sure majority of people are not going to look at Harvey Weinstein when they see his name and that she woke up with two fingers inside of we don't know where. That is not too far-fetched. Shout out to Shout Out to Time Wise. Oh, snap. This is the ROI. I didn't know that got out. Beachy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The T stands for teens as far as we know it. I'm sorry, Beachy. It's Pusha Teens, possibly. Allegedly. According to, hey. Beachy, it's Pusha Teens. Allegedly, by the way. Because I don't want nobody legal team coming for me. All this is alleged and too proven because people feel a certain way when you start talking about their favorites. You know what I'm saying? Already, I got people already trying to beat me up. I don't want nobody's legal team coming for my head. I'm just going through the information. And then we got to figure it out for ourselves. Salat. He inserted his fingers into Blank, and Blank believed she was in Epstein's mansion. She don't know where she was abducted to. And the abduction part is a part of the whole Pusha T situation. They saying that Pusha T was the one that was bringing these girls to and fro. She estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awakened each time in an opulent indoor setting, suffered from sex abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Recall Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some other occasions of abuse. Who is Leon Black and William Barr? They are currently United States Attorney General. They was present. And this is how they be getting people to do certain things. They say, hey, your presence in there alone implicates you. And she last recalled being abused by Epstein. And so this is what we know that is a true thing. We've seen all the goddamn movies and TV shows, how they try to just get you to be in the same room. That was me, Narrows. You know, I be saying stuff. I'm just saying the T stands for something. I just, you know. You know what I'm saying? MD says he told you all of this is BS. I don't think we should look at it as BS. I think we should look at it. We need to investigate these things. We cannot look at it as just BS. No, it's not possible. We have to investigate. We have to. This is an email from Elon Musk back in 2013. And he CC'd a couple of people as well. Like, people was trying to line up to go to these goddamn parties. They was doing their best to go to these parties. There's a lot of people that's implicated because these are where the in crowd was at. This is how you get your stripes up, by being at an Epstein party. And we know this is how they get people. We seen the TV show Scandal. Not everybody that's going to be mentioning is going to be actually people that participated in the physical act. A lot of these people, they're just going to have pictures of them being in the same room of these things happening. And this is how they get them to say, hey, you got to do this for me. I need this bill passed. I need this person pardoned. I need this, that, and the third. This is how they get these people on these goddamn sick paths. We understand that. All you got to do is be in the room, be at the party. Your ass is grass. And all of a sudden, now that we've seen that these files is coming out, because for some, there's a reason why. Hey, look. Let me slow down. How do you pass away in jail? In my opinion, it's about 3 ways you could pass away in jail. An inmate, a medical situation, and somebody come to delete you. Those are the 3 ways you could pass away in jail. Do you believe another inmate did it? We know another inmate did not do it. BG is crazy as hell. We know another inmate did not do it to Jeffrey Epstein. We understand that Jeffrey Epstein did not have a medical situation. What is the 3rd way somebody could get themselves deleted in jail? Beachy is crazy. Damn, he ain't passed away. He's somewhere in he had Valhalla with Charlie Kirk. Both of them, Charlie Kirk and Epstein, are both at Valhalla, chilling like villains. He said we need more conspiracy shows. But this ain't conspiracy. This is just me reading the files. Let's read this one. Because y'all didn't believe that one with Sean Carter and Harvey Weinstein. Even though Harvey Weinstein is proven to be, who he is. Jay-Z, he has a track record of doing certain things to a certain demographic of people. Right? We have rumors that Jay-Z does things to a certain demographic of people. That's what we should say. We have rumors about it, right? We don't know for a fact. We have rumors that Jay-Z was dealing with Foxy Brown when she was underage. We have rumors that Jay-Z was dealing with Aaliyah when she was underage. We have rumors that Jay-Z was dealing with Beyonce when she was underage. These are all rumors. I don't know. I don't know. Shout out to BT08 with the $4.99. We need a what happens when you drink get spiked panel. I got first. God damn it. Woo. That's a scary thing. I got second. I got spiked as well. Luckily, I didn't wake up like those people in the Diddy's mansion with, hey, now there's in dialogues. I get it. Foxy said no. We understand why she said no. We understand why she said no. Let's not get that part twisted. Hey, listen. I wonder how much money 50 is going to have to give Foxy Brown to come out with her story. I want to know, do 50 have enough money? I want to know. Look at Davey being messy as hell. Look at Davey. That's the thing he want to have a conversation about. Disgusting. Davey. What's up, Joy Israel? Make sure y'all are hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. It should be no issue to get up to 200, 1,000 likes. I'm just saying, Narrows and Downloads. Hey, look, we know why Foxy Brown ain't say nothing. She ain't no snitch. She come from that era. Her and Lil' Kim come from the era where they ain't saying nothing. We know that. We know that for a fact. All right, so what Elon was saying. Elon said, actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? This is Elon Musk trying his best to get to the goddamn island. What do you want to do at this island? Why do y'all want to be at this party so damn bad? Elon Musk, I need to fly back to LA on the night of the 2nd. So, Jeffrey Epstein wrote, the 2nd or the 3rd will be perfect. I will come and get you. Okay, probably the 1st, then Elon says. Jeffrey says, and day 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. Shout out to Elon Musk. Why do you want to be at this party so freaking bad? It's crazy. That's where you need to go. Go to justice.gov and type in Sean Carter. Find it for yourself. Read it your damn self. Don't depend on me to give you an opinion to run with. No, form your own thoughts. Learn how to critically think. It's not me to think for you. I'm not here to think for you. I'm here to just give you the information. Then you need to go and research it and form your own thoughts. For way too long, we are not going to change one brainwash for another. Absolutely not. I won't allow it. We got to learn how to critically think. That's what we got to learn how to do. I don't want you to just trust me. I want you to go look up the information. Challenge what we are seeing on a day-to-day basis. We see things is going the way how it's going, right? We see at the we seen what happened when we seen what happened at the goddamn Grammys yesterday when Bad Bunny spoke about ICE. I think I have that video somewhere as well. We seen what happened when Bad Bunny spoke about ICE. So this is around the speech moment. Let's see what is being. We're gonna see what these ladies are saying about the whole situation of the Bad Bunny. Everybody's standing ovation.
Standing ovation for ICE out. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna sit down. You should all be ashamed of yourself. We love America. I love our law enforcement. Standing ovation.
Okay, so she is she's more like a reporter. Right, she's one of the reporters that be out there on Fox News and all these things, and she's saying how hey, listen, we have a divided America for sure. Because Bad Bunny hit the stage and said, hey, even though he can't speak no English, he's like, ICE out. Robin Epstein, the racism is blatant. That Bad Bunny, he came up there and said, me no speak English, but I know ICE out. And he wasn't talking about no damn jury. And when he said ICE out, I'm Bad Bunny, ICE out, everybody stood up and started clapping. But these two ladies that are reporters, that are in the entertainment world. So, and this is what we got to really understand, that a lot, like we talking about 1996. All these people that we see clapping, we don't know none of these people, but they in the room. And this is what we got to understand, that even though it was in 1996, Pusha T and Jay-Z might not have been celebrities yet. However, they was able to get in these rooms. How they got in these rooms? Because they claimed they was willing to do whatever they got to do. Clout chasing been a very strong drug for a very long time. What up, Uda? Clout chasing been around for a very long time. Instead of Davey correcting whatever timeline that he says I got wrong, please put in the chat what timeline I got wrong. And see, this is why certain people are dated. Some people just do not want to critically think for themselves. They just want their favorite person to be on and confirm their bias. They don't want to critically think for themselves. They just want confirmation bias. Why wouldn't you? Why do you want me to think for you? Think for your goddamn self. It's crazy. I wonder if I could find the Bad Bunny. I wonder if I could find Bad Bunny's speech. Let me see if I can find his speech. What did he say? And it's just real interesting to see all these Republicans. They was talking all this shit about you know, like all these conservatives and everything. It was very weird to me to see how they was talking about how the left. This is what makes it so interesting. Like now that we have an evidence that both sides are playing foul. Right. And what I just want to present is as it is two sides to the argument, and it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Both sides are compromised. Both sides are compromised. When all those conservative people be up there saying like, "Hey, they don't deal in ratchet music, and they don't have these people around them, and all these things," they are liars. You want to know how I know that they're liars? Because somebody that is a part of the Donald Trump cabinet, he just recently got married. And you know who was performing at this conservative wedding? Do you know who was performing at this conservative wedding? Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. I know Sexy Red wasn't at this goddamn wedding giving hugs to all these conservatives. Come on. Y'all are so full of ish. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. It's crazy. This is craziness. Here you go, guys. Sexy Red. She was killing it. One of Trump's advisors at the wedding. Yeah. Get it sexy? Get it sexy? I thought conservatives don't deal with stuff like this. They don't deal with what they call it? The black culture is trash. I thought they don't deal with this part of the culture. And look at them. Get it sexy. It's disgusting when you really think about it. When it's on the other side, hey, this is the problem with the left. They deal with people like Sexy Red, Megan Thee Stallion. These people are twerking on stage and all these other damn things. They would say all these negative things about if it was on the left side. If this was a Cam's advisor's wedding, they'd be like, see, look at what they are promoting. Now, all of a sudden, it's okay for Sexy Red to be dressed the way how she dressed, represent what she represent, sing it, get it sexy at this conservative party. Giving hugs. They love it. They love it. Where are the Republicans that's going to hold these people accountable for it? I guarantee they make up excuse for it. Where is your conservatism? If this was a leftist party, people would be up in arms to see what I'm talking about. Now they like, get it sexy. Yeah, she understands. She's on the right side of things now. Makes me sick. This is why we got to do critical thinking. I'm just giving out the information. I just want people to critically think. I ain't trying to paint no picture. I'm just letting you see it. Look, this is what they posted. This lady performed. God damn. Who else was there? Who else was there showing all that ass? Look who's behind her. Ain't that her husband? I don't know. I don't know. Tattoos showing and everything. Look at him right by. I wonder where his arm is at. Where his hand at? God damn it. Where is the conservatism? I just want to know. We got Donald Trump giving message. I guess he couldn't be at the party. We got Amber Rose there at the party. We got Amber Rose there at the party. Not Miss Slutwalk herself at a conservative wedding. Ain't that some shit? Not Miss Slutwalk herself is at a conservative party. Wedding. I thought they don't promote stuff like this. We got to stop allowing the propaganda to fill our minds and believe that one side is correct and the other one is not. When it's daytime, they want to party just like the other side. They full of ish. So all of these goddamn red pill incel, these manosphere, these no good suckers, black conservative and all these other conservatives, everybody that is conserving all this shit and say, hey, we don't do this type of rap. Liars. Straight up. Straight up liars. Now all of a sudden it's okay to have Miss Slutwalk herself. Have Miss Sexy Red performing herself. Tell me, get it sexy. The hypocrisy is wild. The hypocrisy is wild. Look at this. Michael Blackston, an immigrant. Where he at? He at the party too. Tristan Thompson at the party too. Damn, Mike. Say this is so. Where you at? Let me see. As we go find, I'm gonna go find some more. I dropped the link. So I want to hear how these people. I want to hear how they make this. I just want to see. I just want to hear it. What is your thoughts on all this? Bunch of hypocrites. Wild. Let's see where we at with the likes. Let's see where we at with the shares. This is insanity to me. Damn, we're not even at 50% likes. What's the time saying? What we talking about? Yeah, I knew people was gonna be quiet. I want to hear the argument for Donald Trump now being this goddamn. I want to hear the argument now. I want to hear how they're going to explain this. I really want to know. How is it possible? Let me see. Let me see if I got our first black conservative that's going to tell me how he's going to explain this with a straight face, no smiles on his face. Welcome to the show, Shadow the Titan Wasp.
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
Look, I support the hot girl conservative. Let's get it.
Wow.
Hey, look, these are just strong women who are understanding how to chase that bag and keep that money. I can't knock that. We need to take money from white people. It's good for us. It's also good for them to understand you can be a hot girl and conservative. Good job, girls.
So the interesting thing about it that will be a new rhetoric that is all of a sudden okay for conservatives to embrace. That as a kid, it's okay to have a strong, independent woman that is out there grinding, selling her likeness for money. Because as I understand, that is not a part of conservative values.
All right, I get off bullshit real quick. But look, like, honestly, a lot of conservative people that I've known throughout my life love rap music as a whole because it's seen as entertainment. Just because you can be entertained by something doesn't mean that it goes against your values as a whole. Some people watch movies that they would never take part in, you know? So I get where you're coming from. It's a bad look on that culture, but I think they were just supporting people they enjoy. And Sexy Red was popping, so you can't really be mad at that.
So no, I'm not mad at it at all. I agree that a lot of these people should be able to do whatever they want. However, you cannot go ahead and be a hypocrite and now it is okay to be turned up to Sexy Red. It wasn't like she just performed. They knew the record. They was turned up just as much as the so-called left people. All this goddamn, this is what the left preaches. They want individualism. That woman is an individual. They don't want families. That woman do not have a family. They promote ratchet music. That woman promotes ratchet. Like everything that they say that the left is doing that is wrong and horrible for the country, they
Sex
are
Red
now
idealizers. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we never said white people were consistent either. So, just saying. I get it. I kind of look. I look at it from a real standpoint, right? A lot of, especially younger conservatives, don't have those same boilerplate views. Like when I Uber drive, the white girls that I pick up at colleges are typically trying to listen to some kind of rap music. That's just what it is. Like, yeah, like this weekend was nuts. I think I had 4 or 5 different people ask me to play Sexy Red specifically.
Wow.
So, I don't know how to explain it, but there's a cultural shift. White people do love black people. There's other white people who can't stand us because other white people like us.
That's fine. So now, why do conservatives do not hold other conservatives accountable and say, "Hey, stop with the hypocrisy of saying that the left is using people like Sexy Red and Meg Thee Stallion, and that's degeneracy, and the left side is all about degeneracy, where both sides of the coin is a part of degeneracy." That's the problem that we have. When we see that these Epstein files is coming out, and it is not just Democratic names is out there, we also see Republican names that are out there as well. So if we are going to hold Bill Clinton accountable for being at the Epstein Island, these same conservatives need to hold Donald Trump accountable for being in over his name repeatedly over 5,000 times. And we also got pictures and videos of this man with Epstein as well. Shout out to the Chicago Real with $5. Christian conservative coochie, the triple C's.
I mean, to be fair, the people being listed through the Epstein files isn't indicative of them committing a crime. I believe anybody who committed a crime while dealing with Epstein, they need to get that. There's still time. But I think people who are just listed, because he wasn't, we got to keep in mind, Epstein wasn't just a monster. The mofo was a business mogul. He knew how to make connections with people in every kind of industry. That's why a lot of people wanted to be in that room. Like, he may have been a monster, but he was a monster with connections. And that if those connections,
So the problem is we cannot separate his monster activities from the connections. He was able to get those connections because he was able to implicate people into things that they know they would not be proud of.
And you know what? So we say that looking on the outside, but we don't know what kind of connections he had outside of his monstrosity. I know it sounds like I'm justifying him, but you got to understand, to some extent, he could have just been a really good businessman. He could have had a lot of different connections with different types of people because of the type of industry he was in. You see what I'm saying?
Now, so the problem is everybody that he was connected with in the industry, they wanted to put fingers in underage young women, young girls. I can't even call them young women, young girls. The young lady, the report that we just read out loud from a HUD count in 1996, she was drugged. She woke up in what she believed to be Epstein's mansion with Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z standing above him with 2 fingers inside of her. Look, and that one man is already in jail for doing heinous acts.
Just that, right. So, first of all, it's a federal ROI. So I understand it's a result of investigation. A lot of that is strictly hearsay. So I'm not going to put a lot of that on whatever. Weinstein, we know, is a monster. Like, he recorded himself being a monster. You know what I mean? So he kind of tromboned himself. But like I said, while I inherently am going to believe what she's saying, I believe the extent isn't always what comes from their mouths, because sometimes investigations in the ROI will expand intentionally. That's just the thing. But even regardless of what, if that was in an ROI from 2016 or
1996.
Okay, even in 1996, anybody listed in that should have ended up in prison. Any direct adult name, because they would be complicit in that crime.
So the issue is that we've been having, and as things are getting like this celebrity talk is getting less and less valuable, right? So people will look at these names and say it is no way possible for these men to do certain things. But it took a long time. It took over 20 to 30 years to break down this whole celebrity blanket that people was putting on them. And these people also had other people in power that was implicated in these things and say, hey, listen, it is your best interest to protect me as well. And the shit dragged down so far that Epstein had to get caught and had to get deleted in jail. And then now all his files is out there. And I believe that's why they went after Puffy so quickly, because they understood that Puffy was under pressure to delete more files. And clearly he was able to do such a thing. That's why he's getting off, in my opinion. That's what I believe. That's just from my thought patterns of the situation. However, these men have people in other powerful positions. And so therefore, even though they are caught red-handed, they got other judges, they got other lawyers, attorney generals, they got all these different people able to silence and hush information in real time. But now that we have the files for ourselves, even though we have a whole library, 3 million, that is insane. And 2,000 bit, that's a lot of information to parse out. It's going to take months, maybe even years, to actually figure out what's going on, what's real and what's not. Hey, that whole celebrity veil is done. And so now all those people that have all these powerful people under their thumb, we've seen in TV shows and movies and how people get tricked into doing some shiesty things. Hey, it's time for both parties to stop gangbanging and say, hey, Donald Trump is just as guilty as Bill Clinton. And then we can have real conversation, real justice. Go ahead, shout him. Then we're going to welcome him to the show, Kulu TV.
Bet. Just final statement. If what we're saying is true, based on that ROI, Pusha T should be getting arrested today, because those are very clear implications, right, of a number of crimes. If everything, but again, because now that, as you said, that bail shouldn't exist anymore. So what's preventing that arrest? Even if it's under hearsay, he would still have to go to trial for it.
Well, that would be that's why I believe they put out 3 million pages at one time. It makes it more difficult to say who they could pick up and who they can't pick up. Because now we got to put the evidence. Now we got to put the evidence together on our own, and then demand that they arrest these people, because we was able to connect every timeline. Us, the people, like people in the chat, they say, Sharon, can you put together? Like it's my job to put it together. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the people in power that is implicated in this situation to put it together. I gotta be the damn new whistleblower.
All right, Sharon Branson, go get it. Your SVU now.
Let me welcome into the show, Kulu Live. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Good morning, Sharon. Shadow, chat, man. Make sure to like the video, share the video. I'm so glad that you're covering this, Sharon, because I noticed a lot of people who are in this space that was talking about Anton, talking about the Minnesota stuff. They ain't covering this topic because it goes against their narrative, their so-called audience. So I'm glad that you're being fair and I guess bipartisan by showing this and listening to your take, man. I definitely agree. I'm the neighborhood Democrat, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna protect every single Democrat. If you're in those files, as a Democrat, your ass needs to be arrested, put in prison, sent to Guantanamo Bay, deported, all that shit, right? If you're a Republican, starting with Trump, his ass needs to be arrested by the military, is taken out of office, and everybody that was along with him, Musk, Stephen Bannon, like whoever is named needs to be arrested. You know what I mean? And to me, that's where I'm different from the MAGA side, right? I'm willing to not vote for, I'm willing to not send my money for any Democrat that's supported or that's inside those Epstein files, whether it's true or not. Just you being mentioned in those things by so many people, just like to me, like where there's smoke, there's fire. It's like if you look up Sharon, you're not going to hear a rumor about Sharon messing with kids, right? Same thing for Shadow and other people that are on this panel. Like there's certain things that if your character is high and good, is people are not going to just associate with you. You know what I mean? So the fact that these people's names are involved with this dude, birds of a feather do flock together. So they need to get him out of office. And I don't care if it's Trump. Start with Trump. Go to Bill Gates. Go to Bill Clinton. Go to Jay-Z. Fucking, you know what I mean? Anybody. I'm a bad Sharon for cussing. But anybody that's implemented in those files that was a client that wrote on a play with him, that had any type of business dealings, because he was connected to child trafficking, so they need to go. And we need to stop protecting him just because we're MAGA or Republican or we're Democrat or leftist. It doesn't matter. They need to go. And that's just my thoughts on it.
Ooh, I like it. And that's what we need more of. We need more of that independent thinking and say, hey, even though we agree with some of the things that you did in the past, once this come out, we gotta put our goddamn red flag on his ass and start parsing out. Is this a part of his MO? Right? So we know, like people like Jay-Z and Pusha T, can we say this is a part of their MO? Absolutely. Can we say Harvey Weinstein, this is a part of? Absolutely. Donald Trump, we got so much video evidence of pictures and things that you said about your own daughter. Absolutely. He said these things about his own child. Go ahead, Cooler. This was crazy.
Yeah, no, you're right. But as I want to ask Shadow, right now, are you willing to condemn and withdraw your support from Donald Trump and his party?
From Donald Trump, yes. From the party, not necessarily. The party isn't a person is not the party. So that's where we kind of disagree.
Okay. Okay, that's that might be fair. That might be fair upon further investigation. Let me bring in somebody that is absolutely 100% a Donald Trump supporter. I want to know what is his thoughts. Welcome to the show, BMU. What is your thoughts on Donald Trump being mentioned over 5,000 times in the Epstein files?
I think that it's. Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yeah, I think that that the one of the most famous quotes from Malcolm X was the chickens have come home to roost. I don't care who it is. I think that we shouldn't put all of our chickens in one basket, because I think when you focus too much on one person, you let other people fall through the cracks. And when you said Weinstein and all these other people, we have to keep in mind, if you go look up pictures and Google pictures of parties and gatherings, you'll see Oprah. You'll see Oprah and Weinstein together at a party. She's kissing them on the cheek, sitting at the table having dinner with them. You'll see Bill Clinton, John McCain, and his wife was on the manifesto. Bill Clinton and Hillary. Like all these people that Black people have said, oh my God, the Democratic Party, oh my God, all these other people that you have trusted yourself in. If you really want to go down a rabbit hole, and I don't know if anybody else is on other than you, Sharon, but if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, just go look into Pizzagate. Look into all these things that started with this island. R. Kelly and Jay-Z, they filmed an entire music video on Epstein Island. See, nobody wants to talk about the people they like. They only want to talk about the people they don't. But I think all of them have something to do
but
with
you
it.
did it also in real time too. You kind of insinuate all the people that's on the Black or Democratic side of things. And that's the issue that we're having. Is Oprah mentioned in the Epstein files is the question. Now, she might be in pictures with the man, but that doesn't mean that she's a part of the whole Epstein Island, any of those things, because he was also at public parties as well. So we got to have a clear distinction between being on the Epstein files, going to the island, doing nefarious things, versus people like putting fingers inside of underage young girls. Is a clear distinction of a problem that we got to have a conversation about. We cannot just point out the people we don't like, which you just conveniently did.
No. I said when I first got on that I said I don't care who it is. That's the first thing that came out of my mouth. I don't care who it's Donald Trump. I don't care if it's whoever. I don't care. What I'm saying to you is that we need it's a digger deep, it's a digger ditch, it's a deeper ditch that has been dug, bro. And I'm saying like when this shit come to fruition and you start seeing Tom Hanks, all your favorite movie actors and actresses, and you start seeing all these nasty motherfuckers coming up on this list. And when you start seeing them come to fruition, bro, everybody's gonna be shocked. Everybody's gonna be like, wow, I can't believe Tom Hanks is on this manifesto. Wow, I can't believe Jamie Foxx was out there. Wow, I can't believe, you're gonna start seeing your favorite singers and your favorite actresses seeing that they were out there. And so at the island, can you not associate it? So you mean to tell me all these activities are going on with kids at this island, and all these people visited this island and didn't see nothing?
Right. And so now who are the people on the right that you see that is going to get exposed?
Bill Clinton. Oh,
Bill Clinton is not on the right.
Oh, he's no, you're right. You're right. John McCain, well, he's dead. But John McCain, his wife, Donald Trump, if his name is on there.
No, it's not if his name is on there. We know
well, his name is on there because they were homeboys. This is homeboy. So
no,
Donald
his
Trump,
name is on there the most out of any other person in the world.
Of course.
Is there the most.
Of course. I agree. Of course. Donald Trump, I think that I'm trying to stay as low as possible because I can't have these conversations while I'm working, especially in corporate America, Jesus. But
okay. All right, but all I'm saying that it's easy for you to say Democrat names. It's very difficult for you to say Republican names, and it's fine. But this is the situation that we got to get the critical thinking part, right? And we need more people to critically think about what is actually happening versus what they party banging is doing, right? The fact that conservatives was talking all that crap about Meg Thee Stallion and Glorilla being on stage, and then now a few months later, at a wedding of Donald Trump's advisor, we got Sexy Red getting it sexy on stage, and they all shaking a little bum.
Well, I think that just because the devil does something doesn't mean that the angel has to do the same thing. I think that if you're running for a political party or you're doing something like that to gather votes, because we see the results of it, it didn't work. It didn't work for Harris. She had, all these women on stage shaking their asses, and she had Beyonce come do a speech, and she raised more money than any presidential candidate in history, and it didn't work. She lost. And for that reason, all those women that were there to support her, when it came to vote, they voted the other way. And so it didn't work. So I think that it's a difference between a birthday party and a wedding versus you trying to get in office and be the ruler of the free world, the leader of the free world, and you're trying to get votes. And you got these women up here basically singing about ass and just trying to get votes.
That is crazy. That twist. And this is the thing that we got to get our politics. We need to call a spade a spade. Listen, they try to blame the Democratic Party for dealing with degeneracy and Black culture. And guess what? They are part of the same degeneracy and Black culture that they try to talk against. That same imagery of Black people or women empowerment. They had Amber Rose there. Miss Slutwalk herself was at this party. This is invitation only parties. These are not just they happen to be at a party with. No, this is invite. They invited Miss Slutwalk to the goddamn party. So they are not being what they are talking about, and it needs to be called out 100%. We cannot get around that. The Republicans are horrible. as the so-called Democrats. Once you say it, then we be fine.
Yeah, I think
but
that. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But see, and that's my problem. Not with you being you, but with people that are on that side, right? Like they'll talk all this crap about Kamala and what she did during her campaign with only like 100 and some days, but they don't know nothing about what Trump did in the Epstein files. Like I don't see Kamala's name mentioned in the Epstein files, right? Trump, like in one of the stories in the Epstein files, he was auctioning off teenage minor girls that he called calendar girls, and he was sticking his finger up in their, like private area as a way to like to test them. Not to say that it's true or not, but that was what was listed in the Epstein files, right? Kamala never did something like that. So
Right.
I just find it funny how like is that side always tries to paint Kamala as like this horrible person, but in reality, she's just a stepmom. You know what I mean? So
Right. Okay. Well, I'll say this to counter that. I think that the proof is in the pudding, and I think when everything is like you just said, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that because most people will not acknowledge what you did. So I appreciate a man who says these are opinions of the Epstein files, and we don't know this to be a factual truth. So I thank you for acknowledging that part, because I think opinions are the wilderness between knowledge and ignorance. And I think that we as people need to understand until the facts do come out, that we can speak on that. However, I don't trust, and this is me saying this for Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, I don't trust anybody who has that kind of power. I don't trust Donald Trump with that kind of power. I don't trust Kamala Harris with that kind of power. When you are a powerful person, most people who are billionaires or multimillionaires or that are in these secret circles and societies and they do all this other stuff, they've done something wicked to get there. And I'm telling you, they've done something wicked. How is it that, and I'm even looking at the congressmen and the senators, Republicans and Democrats. How is it that you run for senator and congressman and you have no money, right? You begging people for funding, and then all of a sudden, 2 years into your candidacy as a congressman or a senator, you're a multimillionaire. Where's this money coming from? Your salary doesn't even make you a millionaire being a congressman or a senator. Where's this money coming from? So everybody's doing something wicked and behind the scenes in the dark, bro, and they're getting this money. And we really want to dig and go down a rabbit hole, man. People will be amazed to see what these people are doing every day.
So now,
That's
are you
very
a part of-
absolutionist.
So now, but are you a part of the rabbit hole? Because you would say plenty of times that the Democrats is doing something against Black folks, and that we need to get off the Democratic plantation type of rhetoric. Before I heard you say it plenty of times.
Absolutely. And what I'm saying is, I said there was an agenda, a huge agenda that was right in front of our faces. I did an entire show. I played videos. I played clips. I had all the receipts that the Democratic Party did and were trying to and approved of these books in these libraries for children where they're reading about same-sex marriage, same-sex kids having sex with each other, books about rape. They just released another book. They approved of it. They were okay with it. You asked the Democrat, I have a video right now. They had the congressmen and senators walking out of session, and they were asking Democratic congressmen and senators, what is a woman? And the men and the women said, that's a hard question. We really can't answer that right now. They can't even tell you what a woman is.
Right, because time has changed, right? So we understand that people
the time has changed. Time has changed.
Okay, so we understand people can we have to respect what people say for themselves, right?
It doesn't matter. It's two genders, sir. It's male and female.
Matter because
male and female.
Hold on, the reason why it matters is because when we having a conversation about what is socially accepted versus what is biologically accepted is two different conversations.
So you mean to tell me a person who has you mean tell me senators who have PhDs, bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. You mean to tell me these people who are making multi-million dollars, they ask Ketanji Brown, who is sitting on the Supreme Court right now, what is a woman in session? She said, I don't know the definition of that. I don't have that answer. You don't, ma'am. They asked her several times, what is a woman? The other day, I'm watching hold on, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you the other day, there was another man. They asked him, can a man?
No, hold on, because what you're conflating biological and what somebody want to be represented as.
But they asked, Sharon, I'm begging you to pull the video up. They asked Ketanji Brown, a woman who has a PhD, who has a high intelligence of any other one, higher than probably any other woman in her profession. They asked her, "What is a woman?" She said, "I
Okay,
can't answer it."
so if a T person comes up to you and says, "I'm a woman," are you gonna respect that person is a woman or not?
No, I'm going to say, "Oh, sir, I'm not going to play the delusional game." Okay, so look, Sharon, let me ask you a question. So I
And
go
that's
to
the
so
issue.
hold on. Let me ask you a question. So if they can identify as a woman, then I can also. So me personally, when I come to work tomorrow, I'm gonna say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to the HR department. And I'm going to say, hey, listen, guys, I work here corporately in this office. I want to be respected. I am a white man. And I want you
Mhm,
guys to call me a white man. When I come in here, I am a Caucasian man. I don't want to
mhm.
celebrate Black. I don't want y'all to say Happy Black History Month to me. I am a Caucasian man, and you will respect me as such. Do I have the
Mhm.
right to say that, or am I delusional as fuck?
You have a right to say that.
Oh my gosh, Sharon, you got to stop this shit.
Why not? Because
Can I identify as Luffy?
and look, here's a problem, right? So you don't identify as that, right? But that person that is a T person, they do identify as that. So you cannot add yourself into something that you don't agree with in the first place. However, you do agree with a lot of the values that is what you just described, right? You probably somebody that don't believe in Black History Month. Anything that is just American history. You probably
Yeah,
want to.
no, no, no. Hold on, stop. I don't think that. I don't think we. Let me say it and explain it as well. I don't think we should have a Black History Month. I
Thank
think
you.
that. Hold on. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me explain. Let me explain why. I don't think we should have a Black History Month because I don't think that everything that Black people contributed to this world can be celebrated in the shortest month of the year. Black people have done everything. You go to Washington, D.C., those monuments were built by Black people. If you go to these different places around the country where you see all these big monuments in towns and cities and all these billionaires who own these companies, they're made off the backs of Black people. You cannot tell me that you can celebrate all the accomplishments and things of Black people in the shortest month of the year. It's disrespectful to give Black people the shortest month of the year to celebrate something that was the backbone of this country.
Right. I hear you. What I'm saying is that your rhetoric kind of pushes that you push white ideology, and
I don't.
it's
I don't. I
okay.
do not. I do not. I don't. I do not.
If
I do not,
people
sir. You
and
can't.
this is the issue,
I do
right,
not.
that you have, right? So when people would say, "Hey, you act as a white man," you would take offense to it, right? So and
I,
this is where we know that you don't actually want to be considered like if we talking about the topic of the T woman and you being
I'm not.
represented
I'm
as a
not.
white
I'm
woman,
not
right? Well,
trying to. I'm not.
I'm trying to have the
Sharon,
conversation meet up with each other, right? So and then
hold on, Sharon.
you can
Sharon. Let me
argue
tell you something.
my point is right or wrong
But,
at
but
the
hold on. But let me. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yes. And so the T woman actually believed that they was born in the wrong place and they want to be represented as that they dress a certain way, they talk a
Okay.
certain way, they communicate a certain way. We know when males represent themselves as women, they move a certain way that even naturally born females do not even move that way. And so now for you have natural rhetoric that is pushing towards white ideology. But once we say, hey, you are a white man in a Black body, you have an offense to that. And that's why the correlation don't work.
Okay. Let me say something to you, Sharon.
Mhm.
You know I'm a father, and I'm very intuitive in my children's lives. My daughter plays AAU basketball, sir, and my daughter went to a game, a very important game, made it to the championship game. I have pictures. I will show you. I'll blur the kids' faces out and send you the pictures. My daughter got out there on the court to play. So one of the parents said, "Wait a minute, those don't look like girls." I
Mhm.
happened to look up. I said, "Oh wow, it's two boys on the team. Look like they're about 5'11", 6 foot tall, trying to go play some little girls."
Mhm.
And then they identify as girls. You know what I did? Because I'm a father, and this is what fathers are supposed to do. Stop being bitches and get on your fucking feet and stand up to this stupid ass fucking bullshit. And so when I went, what I did was I walked right out of the middle of the court to the referee and I said, "My daughter didn't come here today to make it to this championship game to play against two boys. So whatever you got to do, these boys are not playing today, and I'm gonna stand here until something happens." They said, "Well, sir, if you don't move, got to call security. Call them. We'll tear this bitch up." But I'm telling you, my daughter is not playing against no boys today.
Mhm.
I have the video, I have the pictures. I'm telling you, when you open Pandora's box, these are the things that happen. These two little boys decided they identify as girls, and you want to come out here and they up there trying to dunk the ball, and all of a sudden, no, you're not playing against my daughter. But guess what? I have the pictures of the other parents coming right up behind me. Thank God we had other fathers there, and other mothers came out in the little court with me and said, our kids will not be participating in this game today if these young men are playing against our girls.
Right, and
And I have the pictures and
I don't think
videos where we shut that shit
so,
down.
so yeah, but I don't think nobody has a problem with that assessment. We don't believe that male born.
Yes, you do. Because you said respect them for what they identify as.
Those are two different. Hold on, no, because we got to make sure we understand what we're talking about. So that we don't believe that men should be competing against women.
Sharon, you now you being not Sharon, you're contradicting yourself.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Men should not be competing against women in any sport. Women's sports should be strictly for female-born humans. Now, when we talk about and walking around in the street, going to a job, if that person want to be identified as whatever they want to be, we need to be able to recognize that. Unless we're going to call it is some kind of mental disorder, and we can prove that as a mental disorder.
It is a mental disorder.
That's fine, but you have to prove that. And so those are two different things. Playing in sports, and somebody say, hey, listen, this is how I feel like I want to be identified as, is two different things. You want to be considered black man unfiltered. I think that you are filtered. It doesn't make me look at you any differently because that's what you want to be addressed as.
Sharon, you're trying to
that
fix
woman,
it to where
that man-born person that want to be addressed as a woman in the street, I have no problem with calling that person what it is. And I also have no problem identifying as that person as a male-born person, and that person cannot compete with women in sports. I could be able to do both of those things in one sentence.
Okay, so you can. Okay, so listen. Let me tell you how contradicting you sound right now. You're saying that they can identify as what they want to be, but they can't be what they want to be. So they can identify as a woman, but they can't go in a woman's bathroom. They can identify as a woman, but they can't go play women's sports. That's contradicting. Correct. Because so why are you approving them to be anything if they can't do anything they want to do?
Because I could respect them as an individual and say, hey, yeah, you want to be represented as Miriam? Fine, I'll call you Miriam. But you're not going to play against my daughter. You're not going to go to my daughter's bathroom. Those are two different things. I do have a line that you cannot cross over.
Okay,
I don't care about what you identify as, to be honest.
I respect that. But then, I respect that. But what did I just say a few minutes ago? When you open Pandora's box, this is what you get when you allow certain things to happen and you start accepting certain things. This is why when I went to that referee, guess what he said to me? He said, there's no rules in the books that said these young men cannot identify as girls and play in this game today. And it took several parents to come out and bomb rush the floor and say, we are not leaving this floor until those two boys are sitting down and they're not playing against our girls.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I think we could get the rules changed to make it more, since times has changed, and we could get that identified, and we need to do it that way so we can be clear that, hey, you can identify as what you want, but that doesn't mean you can participate in natural born female activities. Shout out to Shicey Bone with the 199. His fat ass back on topic. What the hell, Shicey Bum? I guess she was typing too fast. His fat Sasa back on topic. Okay. Also, 651 Mint with the $5. I believe in Black History Month, but I believe Black History Month is still American history. Yeah. And so that's
Sharon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, you heard what I just said? I said the police officer came to me and he said to me, he pulled me to the side. He said, if you were standing alone in this and I had to come out here, he said, and for that reason alone, for you standing in the way of these young people playing, he said, I could have arrested you for a hate crime and that would have been really bad for you. This is what he said to me. I could have got arrested for a hate crime because I stood up for my daughter, because I didn't want a little boy to play against my daughter. It would have been a hate crime against the LGBTQ community because I stood up and said, you're not playing my daughter today. He said, if these other parents didn't come out here, I could have arrested you for a hate crime.
Right, that's cool that he could have arrested you for it, but you wouldn't have been charged with that, right? So it would have to been right. So it would have to been proven in a court of law that it was actually hate. And I understand, but we got to get the rules identified properly, and we got to understand that we have more humans more than ever in history. So we have to start identifying things and give it the appropriate consequences for things instead of just acting as if we got to stay in this old tradition that doesn't work anymore for the multiple of people that are in the world. We got to be able to respect people to be their own individual selves, especially when these people are not in percentage wise that big of a problem. All we got to do is get some strong rules, get everybody to understand that these rules cannot be crossed, and then we can move forward. But the fact that we are trying to fight that these people are not individual, that they are just crazy, is a problem.
But when you allow them to be who they are, when you allow them to be who they are, they're going to want more. You know this. They're going to want more. They're going to, and there's no one.
Right, and that's why you breaking up a little bit, and that's why we have to put the rules out there. You could want what you want, but it still have to be a rule to it. My kid want to eat candy for breakfast. That doesn't mean that they can't eat candy. You just can't eat it for breakfast. So we got to have lines and rules to things and regulations to things. Nobody's stopping their children from eating candy, right? But we just not gonna allow them to eat it for breakfast. So we got to be able to have lines, recognize what our people want. As individuals, they want to be able to be individuals and not be attacked or persecuted for their individuality. And that is okay.
Sean, you're double speaking.
That's only to people that want to push an agenda. Feels like I'm double speaking and I'm not.
No, it's a logical fallacy. So you're saying I need to respect people's opinion of themselves while then restricting them from doing able to express that opinion?
By taking advantage of it, right? So you cannot use it to take advantage.
But they're not trying.
Here's a problem. A man has a clear advantage over women in sports. This is the only issue that we actually have a problem with it, is when they try to compete against women and destroy women's sports. That's when it becomes a problem, when you're trying to infringe on other people. You cannot be liberated and then oppress somebody else. That cannot happen.
But they don't believe they are oppressing. That's why what you're saying is
it does that at that point we gotta right. So it doesn't matter what they believe. It's about what is the truth. And this is the problem. Most people cannot just deal with the truth. They want to deal with narratives. People believe that because the narrative says that this person believes they are that, and if we acknowledge that, all of a sudden they're going to take over women's sports. Well, it's not true. We could put a harsh line and say, no, you cannot be involved in sports, and it's over.
Then it's not true.
Then what is not true?
Them believing they are whatever gender they believe they are.
Yes, it is.
It can't be true for life, but not for sports. That doesn't make sense, bro.
Absolutely. I don't understand how. This is crazy to me.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that, yes. If you take yourself out of it, maybe you'll understand, but you want to force the narrative. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with people identifying as whatever they want to be. If you want to be a white man, go ahead and be transracial, bro. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I agree with you, Sharon. Like, men or women should not be playing in each other's sports. But what I've noticed with a lot of these like conservative guys that say that, you know, like they only focus on men being in women's sports, but they don't focus on women being in men's sports. I saw a bunch of posts, and I did some research. Like, you know how many women were playing men's football? Like, you know how many women were trying to drive, like in men's league race cars, and they were cheering them on and stuff like that? How come they don't get the same, issues that men do when it comes to women's sports? Obviously, I understand why, because of the difference between men and women. But
they're also not representing themselves as men. They are women playing men's sports, so they're different.
But no, hold on one second. But a person that identifies as a woman, that believes they're a woman inside their mind, like inside their being, right? they have every right, in my opinion, to play sports. There's just not enough of them to create their own division, right? Like especially in high school and middle school, like there's not enough of trans people to create, like a trans league to where they can play against their own type. Eventually, there might be, as more people become trans and like more human beings populate the planet, there might be. But as of right now, there's not. So there has to be rules. Like there has to be like restrictions on what they can do on and stuff like that. So I agree with you, like Sharon. But man, I find it funny how we were talking about Trump, Epstein, like Kamala, and it always leads back to these culture war topics about trans and all these different issues when we're supposed to be talking about Epstein and holding Trump and holding Jay-Z, holding Pusha T accountable for what they were doing. And like back to my point, the BMW, when I brought up Kamala was in the Epstein files, he brought up is congressmen and politicians being frauds. And yeah, is they're making money that they haven't made their whole entire life. That's just a system. We've already talked about that. It's got to change. But back to my point, Kamala is not in the Epstein files, and she'll be a way better president than Trump.
Absolutely. Shout out to Brownsville, New York, member for 15 months. BMU cooked you in that debate, cuz peace and love. That's a lie. That is not truth. But and I understand that people that have a strong stance on people infringing on women's sports, I get it. Right? I ain't gonna allow no boy to go against unless it's a sport that is mutual combat, because there's a lot of sports that are mutual combat, right? Taekwondo, they got tennis. There's a lot of things that is men and women compete on national stages, right?
But Sharon, you play sports, right?
Yeah.
So I played college football at like MSU. Is what I've noticed that when I was younger, I would always play with the older kids because they were always playing at a faster level, like a higher rate. So then my play would adjust to that. But how come we don't look at it the same when it comes to, and I'm not advocating for it, but men and women's sports? If these women are going against men who are biologically stronger and faster, eventually over time, those women will catch up to those biological men that are in their sports. And that will increase their speed, that will increase their play. They will become more physical, you know what I mean? Not advocating for it, but just based on the model that I just gave you, that, like in my opinion, is a way to kind of defend it. Not saying that I defend it, but it could make women stronger, faster, and better at their sport. I guess they're going against men.
As we see. Robin M 7172 to 499. Sharon, get back on topic. These people come over here talking about this on purpose to jeopardize your channel. Stop taking the bait. God damn it, Sharon. My apologies. But the problem is when we try to stay on topic, a lot of these Republicans, conservatives, they cannot stay on topic because their man Trump is implicated horribly in this conversation. They man is a part of his whole his beauty pageants. We know what he was doing with those beauty pageants. Matter of fact, Charlie Kirk's wife was a beauty pageant of Trump, and she won. And so we understand that a lot of these men, as they want to go through these situations and try to make it seem like it's a left situation, and not put in the factor that they person that they was championing so much is a part of the problem that they are communicating. And then this is when they have a bias to things and say, no, it's just a left problem. These left people look at this problem, they try to point out a problem that is not really that major of a problem, for real, right? It's not really that deep. We do have some instances where people try to take advantage of a system. Well, in every system, somebody's going to try to take advantage of. And we just need to make a harsh line on it and say, hey, we understand we can identify you as that, but you can't play in this type of sport. It's that simple. Problem done. There is no way they can argue that. You have a different bone structure. You have different muscle structure. That's it. You're not allowed to participate. Simple. It's that simple, but crying and complaining about if that person want to be identified as something, that is a stupid argument. Doesn't make no sense. Because no matter what, how many times we would call BMU a white man, he would fight that tooth and nail, say that he's not a white man, but he got white man's rhetoric. We know what he represents. And there's a lot of black men, especially a black male conservative. They out there, they want to represent themselves as a white man. They want to be the one that had the complexion for the protection to talk about black people. We've seen how many channels blew up because they have the complexion for the protection to talk about black people. They talked about it so much that now white folks don't even need black people to do it for them anymore. And now we see what's happening to all of these black male conservatives. They're getting left out to dry. Nobody cares about their opinion anymore. And now all of a sudden, they want to be black again. You cross the line, stay your ass over there. We see you. Shadow look like he got something to say. It's probably too noisy for him right now. But anybody have a disagreement with what I'm saying? Huh?
You faking it, sir.
Anybody that have a disagreement, the link is pinned at the top.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and all the goddamn noise behind you. Yes.
I'm a working man. No, but so just because you're conservative doesn't mean you have white views, because there are conservative views that actually are pro-black family. That's the whole point. Like, I'm a married man. I believe in a lot of the conservative values because they support families. They believe that the family is the central of not just the home, but in general. Granted, there's a bunch of conservatives that have been divorced.
Right, and so that's the problem. They act as if liberals don't believe in families. Like liberals do not have marriages. Like liberals do not have families that they take care of. That's the issue.
So I can explain why that view is the difference. Because liberalism can support abortion, which is counter family. In the eyes of people who believe
no, that's
in
not no.
Okay,
You cannot conflate baby deletions with family.
Oh, sorry.
You cannot conflate those things. Those don't have nothing to do with family, because most people that are in marriages are not having baby deletions.
I agree.
So it's no need to conflate those two things in the same sentence at all.
You made a statement, and I'm just telling you why the statement is what it is.
But what I'm saying is that we got to be truthful when we say it, right? So like we understand that majority of people that are getting these baby deletions, those are single people out there doing their damn thing. If we don't have it's going to be a bunch of single people creating children. Ain't no families being created with that. So it's just a fallacy to have an argument about.
But again, it's not, for multiple reasons. The biggest one being that you're talking about conservatism.
Okay.
Literally, my family is a conservative family. I'm telling you what from people who have spoken about it. The reason they don't support.
Okay, hold on. So pause there. What I'm saying now. So, do you believe that liberals do not want to have families?
No, but liberalism supports individuality, which is counter family.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is, because as a family, you're not an individual. You're a part of a unit.
Hold on. So you believe that somebody that do not want to have a family, we should force them to have a family?
No, who said anything about forcing?
Okay, so therefore we gotta allow people to be themselves. They should have the right to choose if they want to build a family or they want to be by themselves. That is the truth of the matter. You cannot force people to have families that they don't want.
Right, but nobody's also forcing people to have kids either. You're not forcing people to have sex. You're not forcing people to do a lot of things that individualism has caused.
Right. So
having these families.
Okay, so now let's parse that out. So individual, what is that causing?
Individualism causes a level of selfishness inherently to self-preserve, which is one of the biggest reasons why we talk about abortion.
Those people that believe in that, do we want them to have families?
That believe in individualism?
Correct.
If you believe in individualism, I do believe you can have a family. But I believe individualism is counterproductive to being part of a family unit.
And that is, again, so that is the problem. So if the person do not want to have a family, they have the right to choose not to have a family, and it is okay.
I agree with that.
Okay, so that's the problem. We cannot conflate those things. Again, we have liberal people that want to have families, and also got liberal people that do not want to have families, and it is okay. Stop trying to make everybody believe in what you believe in because you think the other person is wrong. You have no proof that yours is better than the other.
Sharon, you literally can't have a child without another person. There's not a single person on this planet right now that was born with one individual person. Stop it.
Right, and that's not an argument that we having a conversation about.
It's literally the argument of abortion and individualism.
Well, we having a conversation about that person has the choice to bring somebody in this world or not.
Yes, and they also have the choice not to engage in the action.
That is it, and that's it. It ain't no problem with it. Let that person be an independent person. Stop trying to act as if allowing somebody to have a choice means that they are going against your choice. It's just not true.
It's no longer individual when you're no longer just by yourself in the matter. That's my point. And that's the point of, this is what I'm saying. The argument we're having right now is this exactly. I don't care. Look, if you're single and you want to go through a deletion, do what you do. But my statement is still the same. I believe in your choices. All the choices you made up to that point. Every choice you could have made to prevent that issue, I support. But once it's no longer you, that's no longer the conversation.
Right, and then so now the argument is that you got to figure that part out, right? What they decide is no longer you. Right? That's and I get it. That's the argument that people want to have, but it's just the wrong argument. It's just not a true statement, and it's okay. People don't want to deal in the truth of the matter; they want to deal in the narrative of the matter, and that's the problem.
See, that's what I don't like. You're calling it a narrative because you disagree with it, not because we're looking at actual facts.
Right, because you are not building on facts. You're building on your belief.
So
most people are not having deletions when it's this baby can survive on his own. Like, and it is okay. And like, this is why y'all keep having the argument and y'all try to make like every baby deletion is equal, and it's not. And it's okay that you want to build a narrative to say that as soon as it happens that this thing is conscious time. I get it, but you have to prove it, and we have not.
Hey, what's the background noise? Sorry, something in the background is knocking you out.
You got some nerve to be talking about background noise.
No, I'm saying it's not me. I'm just saying it's not me this time.
Right, it's not you this time. I got you. Now you know how it sounds when you leave it on mute.
I said, my bad. Look, I apologize, everybody.
You know what I'm saying? So,
because we're talking about facts, I want to get back to these files, right?
Okay.
Here's my simplest point about the files. Because of the type of person Epstein was, I'm not talking about his monstrosity. I'm talking about him as a business person. He's had links to a lot of people whose name will end up mentioned in said files. Because a name is mentioned in the file does not implicate them for actually committing a crime or even being in the room when the file was committed or when the crime was committed. I'm not saying we shouldn't hold the people responsible who did commit the atrocities. That's an entirely different conversation. My point is, yes, if you committed the crimes, you need to do that time. End of story. But if just because your name is mentioned or someone has mentioned your name in hearsay does not equate to you being guilty of a crime or even being associated with said crime. Just because you're associated with the criminal does not make you a criminal yourself.
When you right, but when you are in the building when a crime was done, that makes you associated with it. When you are
that's a different conversation, though.
When you are in the pictures of the said person while this criminal acts is being done, that is a different issue. When we had emails of you talking directly back and forth with the person and how you are going to be a part of all of these situations, that is the problem. And the issue is that once we have a affiliation to that person, all of a sudden we don't have conductive skills. We cannot say, hey, you know what? Birds of a feather flock together all of a sudden. Now it's like, hey, we got to wait for more information. And I'd rather be push their ass out now and then get the information later than to say, hey, we're going to trust you around more people so you can keep on doing things until we catch you red-handed. This is red-handed in a lot of senses of the crime. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Absolutely. I can hear you very well.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Maya Reed, The Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, The Voice of Venus, The Verbal Assassin, Fantasy Island Girl, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, The Real Prism, Renee, Keisha G, Reese, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. This is an interesting topic, Cuzzo. And it needs to be highlighted and it needs to be discussed, right? Because the Epstein files and what's being discovered when people are viewing them is very problematic, right? Like I hear the good brother Shadow, I hear him trying to put up a defense, you know, and it's like crazy because he's saying stuff like, well, we can't just come to conclusions because the name is mentioned and we got to do our due diligence. We got to investigate more. But I would encourage my brother Shadow to actually read the files because it's not just the name that's being mentioned. Like, for example, our president, Donald Trump, was listed in the Epstein files as joining Epstein on an airplane 8 times, Cuzzo. 8 times between a time frame of 3 years. So from 1993 to 1996, they were on an airplane together 8 times. What do you think they were doing? Also, there's records saying that employees were transferring one to another. So Mar-a-Lago employee went to Epstein and started working for him. How did that happen? Right? And Trump even confirms that, right? I believe in a video or recording, something along that line, right? So it goes beyond just names. It's actually listing events, right? Now, obviously, we're talking about 30 years ago, right? So you're probably not going to find a smoking gun, Shadow, right? But what you got to understand, my brother, is if you're in the jungle and you're alone, it's nighttime, and you hear something that sounds like a lion, you see the silhouette of what looks like a lion, my brother, I hope you're intelligent enough to get out of Dodge before you have to see its teeth. Because when I hear you guys talk and you go on this defense team, it's like you're indoctrinated with some cult-like ideology. And that is why my stance is we should move away from this two-party system and this two-party loyalty, because there's nothing in it that benefits us, and there's nothing in it that's for our best interests, right? And then, Cuzzo, you got cooked by BMU. You want to know why you got cooked by BMU, cousin?
Enlighten me, yeah, sure.
Because you had them on the ropes, right? When you were drilling down the Epstein files, and you're trying to, force him to hold the conservatives and Republicans and Trump accountable, right? But then he brought up, well, the liberals, the Democrats, they don't even understand how to define a woman, right? And then it's almost like you agree. So, Cuzzo, you're telling me that you don't believe a woman is defined as an adult female?
Not in today's time, no. That's
Wow.
only biological. That's only biological.
But see,
that's not what somebody
that's the
could
problem.
identify
And see, and here's why you're double-minded on this situation, right? Because you would say, well, not in today's time, we gotta redefine what a woman is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta understand the rabbit hole that you're allowing yourself to travel through. Because if we gotta redefine what a woman is, then that also means we gotta redefine what a girl is, right? So you got a strong stance in saying, well, no, I don't want my daughters having to compete with boys when it comes to sports and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But on a flip side, you're saying you don't even know how to define the girl or a boy.
No, I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying? Go ahead and elaborate on it.
Yeah, people are conflating what an individual want to call themselves and what biological it is. And I could separate what somebody want to be represented as and what somebody is biologically born as. I could separate the two. And it seems like a lot of people have a issue with separating the two. I have a harsh line. Hey, you want to be called a girl? Hey, I'll call you whatever you want to be. You want to be Janet instead of James? Fine, I'll call you Janet. You could be represented as a woman, wear wigs, dresses, all you want. But I have a line where you cannot participate in female sports.
Well, see, and that's the thing. That's the slippery slope that you're on, Cuzzo, because if you have that line, right? So I agree with you, right? If you want to be delusional and call yourself a rabbit, I say, okay, cuz you're a rabbit, right? But that doesn't mean that I got to redefine what a rabbit is to include your delusional mindset. And you see, you ask BMU, well, scientifically or medically, what is this disorder called? And BMU couldn't answer it, right? Which I was kind of shocked and surprised and disappointed in BMU for not being able to answer that. But it's simple and it's verifiable. The disorder we're talking about is the delusional disorder. It's when a person cannot understand what is real and what is imagined, right? Cuzzo, let me ask you a question. What separates us from the animals?
Our brain.
No, what about our brain? Now, they have a brain too. So what about our brain?
The way how we could think about what's right and wrong.
Right. Our cognitive functions. That's what it's called, right? Our cognitive abilities and advanced cognitive abilities. Because God, or whatever you believe, created us, gave us the ability to think and to imagine, right? So when people are imagining things that are not real, that is them operating in their delusional mindset. That's called delusional disorder. And just because you're operating from your delusional mindset, that doesn't mean I have to redefine what is real. This is why you gotta, you can't be double-minded on this, cuz, or you can't have a stance and say, well, I want my girls to compete with other girls, but then on the flip side saying, well, I gotta redefine what a girl or what a woman is. That's problematic.
I mean, that's to you, but to me, I have a hard line and I can have a clear distinction on which one is which. I understand most people can't, and that's just what it is. I can
So you
recognize
saying,
it.
so cousin, If you come out to the world right now and say, hey, listen, for now on, I want to be identified as a rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying now it's up to me and the rest of the world to redefine what a rabbit is?
No. But you can still identify me as a rabbit.
Right. So if I was to ask the voice of Venus, and I say, hey, what is a rabbit? And she tells me, well, since your cousin is now identified as a rabbit, I don't know what a rabbit is.
That's not what I'm saying though. So that's the issue, right? So I could identify this person, want to be identified as a representing as a woman, and also understand that biologically that is not a woman.
But you're misunderstanding the question.
So right? what I'm trying to get you to understand that socially, when people say what is a woman, they talking about socially. They are not talking about biologically, and that's the issue that most people are having.
No, but it's the you talking about socially. No, we're not talking about socially.
That's the issue, right? And that's the issue that people want to have a biological question to a social question. That's the issue.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? Do we have biological rabbits and social rabbits?
Yes, in this conversation, yes.
Okay, so if I was to ask the voice of Venus, can you define a rabbit? Do you think it's a fair response for her to say, well, I can't define it, or I don't know how to define it because I don't know if we're talking scientifically or socially?
Yes, if we are understanding we understand when people ask that question, they are talking about socially. They are not talking about biologically. And we got to understand that. And once we understand that, then I think we can have an honest conversation about it. So when people are asking what is a woman, they are not talking about biological.
But we need our lawmakers, right? We need the people who are making these sensitive decisions to be talking biologically. The reason why we need them to be talking biologically and thinking biologically and moving biologically is because they are the ones responsible for changing the laws, which is why you have to have this hard stance on, hey, I don't want my daughters competing with other boys. But if we have lawmakers, right, who are prioritizing social agendas above biological norms, then that is where we get into this rabbit hole that we don't need to dig into. That's what I'm telling you. So you can't be double-minded, cuz.
So no, the issue is that people act as if majority of people want to play sports, and it's just not the case. It is a small amount of people that's trying to take advantage of the system, and that they know that they can, and they trying to represent themselves as something that they are not. And those people need to get reprimanded, and we need to have a harsh line on that. But in reality, majority of people that think of themselves as a woman representative, they ain't trying to play no damn sports. They trying to wear a skirt and a dress and go outside and be whatever that is that they want to be. That is the majority of them. Majority of them are not trying to play women's sports. It's just what it is.
But yet laws are changing, right? So you're saying that's not the majority of them, but laws are changing when it comes to the restrooms, right? You got biological males going into the restrooms with biological females. Do you think that's acceptable?
No.
Right. But the reason why we have this issue is because the lawmakers and the people who are called and responsible to create these laws or change these laws are thinking the way you're thinking, Cuzzo.
They're not
prioritizing social norms above biological norms. That is the issue. We live in a double-minded.
But it's not double-minded. We got to be able to separate social and biology. Those are two different things. If you shoot a goddamn dog and it's a police dog, guess what? You're going to be charged as what? That you shot a police officer, correct?
Right.
But it's a goddamn dog. That ain't no damn cop.
Right, but it's
all right.
Not.
So the same way how we could discern that this goddamn police dog is not a dog anymore, and is a goddamn officer of the law, and now I got to be charged as deleting a cop, the same way how we could do that with somebody that want to be represented as a woman, but it is not, and it's really and it's just that simple.
But it's not that simple. And when you shoot a police dog, it's not looked at as you are shooting a cop. It's just that you fail the risk to face the penalty as if you have used deadly force on a police officer, right? So those are two different things. If you shoot a police dog, you shot a police dog. You didn't shoot a police officer. However, when you go to the court and to get held accountable for it, you're facing the same penalty as if you shot a police officer. So those are two different things. And what I'm saying is, just like I can recognize that those are two different things, I need you to recognize that there are two different things. And I need the lawmakers to recognize that there are two different things. So don't mix social and biological. If somebody asks you today, what is a woman? I expect you to say an adult female. If somebody asks you what is a man, I expect you to say an adult male. It's black and white.
What is a person that identifies as a woman? What is that?
What do you mean, a person that identifies as you? So you're saying
a person that identifies as a woman? What is that?
A person. Delusional. What type of person?
A person that identifies themselves as a woman. What is that?
A woman who identifies as a woman.
No, a person. A person that identifies themselves as a woman. What is that?
A person.
That's it.
Right.
No, it has nothing to do with what they born biologically.
Right. They're a person. They're a person. Right. What I'm saying is, just because you, Cuzzo, because you identify as a rabbit, I'm not going to change my definition of what a rabbit is to me. That's the issue. But
you're still gonna allow me to be called a rabbit, right? I said, hey, right. my new name is Bad Bunny. You gonna call me Bad Bunny?
Right, exactly.
I'm the little white rabbit. Thank you. That's okay. So we
Brownsville, I got a question for you, Brownsville. And what's up with you, bro?
Before you go, BMU, Goat was here first. Welcome to the show, the Goat. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
I switched places with him because I want to get back to the Epstein shit. So y'all can keep that flow going. And I'll talk about the Epstein shit. Go ahead.
So Brownsville, do you believe, because everything you said you're cooking, do you believe that if I see a young man and he decides to just put a wig on and say my name's Patricia today instead of Patrick, and I start calling this man Patricia, I am co-signing the delusion. We're co-signing delusion. We have to get to a point where we stop co-signing this goddamn delusion. We're co-signing people. If you say you identify as something, that means anybody can identify as anything. I can go to the bank and walk into the office and they say, why are you sitting in the CEO desk? Because today I identify as the CEO of Bank of America. If we're going to do that, then it's going to be across the board delusion. It is mental illness for a person to look in a mirror and say, I identify as a dog today, a cat, a woman. It's mental illness, it's retarded, and it's delusional. We got to know what it is.
So let me answer the question, right? Because I agree with you that it is a delusional disorder. However, right, it's not a cosign if we oblige with how they want to represent themselves, right? So that's where you're wrong, BMU, right? So BMU, if you came to me and say, hey, Brownsville, I now identify myself as a grizzly bear. And I say, well, BMU, that's your decision, right? I'm going to identify you from now on as a grizzly bear because that's what you requested, right? That's just me being courteous and respectful of your situation. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to redefine what a grizzly bear is to me.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So I know you're a father and a husband. So let me ask you this: if I don't know if you have a daughter, Brownsville, but if you have a daughter, I have a daughter as well. So if me and my daughter walking in the mall, you and your daughter walking in the mall, and a T dude tell you don't call me Tony. You call me Tara in front of your daughter. And you say, oh, hey, Tara. Hey, girl, how are you doing? And your daughter say, whoa, whoa, daddy. Whoa, wait. I'm a girl. That's not a girl. Why are you calling her by her girl name? Why are you calling this boy by her girl name? And it's disrespect. That hurts my feelings, daddy, that he's not a girl. So why we identify him as a girl? I'm a girl. What do we say to our daughters?
Right. So first and foremost, I would say you're right, sweetheart. That's not a girl. But I didn't identify her as a girl. I just identified her as what she wanted to be identified as. Right. And in the country in which we live in, you have that right. So if you're not breaking the law, if you're not hurting anybody else, then you can identify as a snake if you want to. Okay. And if you come to me respectfully and say, hey, Brownsville, I'm a snake now. It's nothing wrong with me just saying, okay, I'm going to respect where you at and being a snake. But guess what? I'm not creating a snake bathroom. I'm not redefining what a snake is. I'm not creating snake sports, right? I'm going to let you be in your delusional disorder mindset, but I'm not going to redefine what is normal just to prioritize your feelings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Brownsville.
And I want to add something. Hold on, just a second, Browns. I want to add something to what you just said. Now, when we start accepting that behavior, and we start and start respecting people for what they want to be called, that gives them the right to say, okay, I want more. And this is where we get. Hold on, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example before you disagree with it. This is where we get the governor of Minnesota saying, hey, we're going to put tampons in boys' bathrooms because they identify as girls. We're going to put girls in boy sports because we're going to put girls, little boys in girls sports because they identify as girls. And my thing, but this is the thing though. This is the thing I want to start seeing. If you guys want to, and this is one of the things that Booster said. If you want to go out and play our children, and if you 6'1" boys want to go out here and play our 5'8" daughters, then there should be some levy. We should we'll make the sport unisex then. Make it where my son, my straight son out here that's been lifting weights all summer, have him go out and play against them. Right? But I'm saying that's what happens when you open Pandora's box. When you open Pandora's box and you start accepting people for the delusion that they have, their delusion will get them laws passed, which we've seen in the last 20. Oh, come on. There's been laws passed, more laws passed. There's been more laws passed for the hold on. There's been more laws passed for the LGBT. It's been more laws passed for the LGBT.
No, the problem is people don't want to have a harsh stance and say, hey, yes, you could be identified as what you want, right? But you cannot play in a sport where the sex gender is mainly women, right? You can identify as what you want. You can identify as women, but when you was born, your sex determined what sport you play in. That's simple. And that would be a harsh stance. And it would end any argument. You was born a certain sex, and that is the teams that you're gonna have to play in, and those are the bathrooms you're gonna have to go into.
So,
but
the
gender that you want to identify as, you could do that all you want to. But the sex that you was born as, you gotta participate in those bathrooms and in those sports. And it's over. But the people want to have their moral into the goddamn conversation, and they want to have their biological with what is social norm. And this is the issue that we have.
Sharon, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna ask Ryan for something. I gotta go get back off. But my thing is this, Sharon. You say that, but I'm telling you right now, I'm at a job right now that has specific bathrooms for people who want to identify something. A whole nother room for people who identify something. Right? At my children's school, they send in letters home saying if your children say anything to them or call them by their regular names, then your children will be suspended and or expelled if their behavior continues. Right? They're already putting tampons in boys' bathrooms, guys. What are we talking about? Like this is ridiculous. But I want to ask Brownsville this, and then I'm gonna let y'all cook. Brownsville, did you see the 2 instances at Congress where they asked Ketanji Brown before she became a Supreme Judge to ask her what is a woman? She said, "I cannot define what a woman is." I'm gonna leave that to the science. That's her direct quote. I don't know what a woman is. I'm gonna leave it to science. Then a few weeks ago, the senator asked another woman who is a doctor. He said, "Can a man have a baby?" She said, well, he asked her 8 times, "Can a man in a senator and Congress meeting, can a man have a baby?" She could not and would not answer the question. Said she cannot say if a man or can or cannot have a baby. This is the people that are doctors, and these are people who are working in these fields that can identify. I don't care about what socially. They're saying biologically that they can or cannot tell you if a man can or cannot have a baby. All y'all gotta do is go look this up on YouTube. The videos are there. Ketanji Brown said, "I'm gonna leave it to the science on what a woman is."
Okay, now
Then
if you
another,
talking about that specific thing about who can have a baby or not, then that's just ridiculous.
but
No,
hold on, but they
both of them are ridiculous.
No, both of them are not ridiculous. No, both of them are not.
Both of them are ridiculous because a man is a man. Period. A woman is a woman.
That's not
Now,
true.
I'm
That's
not
literally
changing.
not true. We
Here's the
have
thing. I'm
conversations all the time, and we
not
say, "Hey, you're not
changing
even being a
my
man right
definition. No,
now."
but
We
listen,
literally say that.
listen. We have already, society has already established biologically what a man is, what a woman
right,
is, what a lion is, what a dog is. We don't have to reinvent the wheel just to coddle your ego or your delusion or your creative imagination, right? We don't
correct.
have to do that as a society. So what I'm going to say is, yes, you can identify with however you want to identify, but a man is always going to be a man. A woman is always going to be a woman. A man is an adult male, a woman is an adult female. A girl is a young female, and a boy is a young male. Those are never going to change. And when we start placating to the delusional mindset that BMU is talking about, that is when we get into these sticky gray areas that we don't need. It's black and white. We need to stay black and white. Yes, we can be respectful, we can be courteous, and we can identify you however you want to identify you socially. But when it comes to making laws and when it comes to actually having rights, that's where we're going to draw the line and say, well, you know what? Even though you identify as a lion, you still are a male. So you go into the male bathroom. You still are a male. So you're going to play the male sports. That is where we're going to draw the line. And I'm not going to have to recreate or reimagine or redefine what a male or what a female is, what a man and what a woman is. That is ridiculous. If
Hey,
that's what the lawmakers are doing today.
now Brownsville, I want you to go look up Ketanji Brown at the Senate, and they asked her. She said, "I'm going to leave it to the science."
Hold on. So again, so now we on the same page, Brownsville. We saying the same exact thing. So I'm cool with that. We understand the difference between sex and what somebody want to identify as.
No, we're not saying the
No,
exact same thing.
You literally just said the exact same thing I said. Hey,
no, you didn't.
Identify you as
where we disagree.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. I can identify you as a woman, but you cannot be a participant in anything that is opposite of your sex. You cannot participate in a bathroom that is not your sex, and you cannot participate in sports that is not your sex. And it is okay for us to have an understanding of that. Once Ketanji Brown says she don't understand who can have deliver babies or not, that is a problem.
But it's also
but we need lawmakers to be able to have a hard line on what we are going to cross and what is not. And that is one thing I would agree on. We cannot allow people to just cross lines. We got to be able to have a harsh stance on the lines that are being crossed. But we cannot say just because we can recognize somebody for identifying themselves as whatever they want, that means that all of a sudden we gotta allow other lines to be crossed. It's just not true.
Sharon,
let me show you.
Let me say. Okay, go ahead.
One second.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna prove to you where we disagree right now with one question. How do you define a man?
By his sex.
What?
Bro,
Is
what?
a man an adult male? Yes or no?
It depends on how he was born. So again, his sex and his gender are
Oh my
two
God.
different things. If y'all can't understand that, that's fine. A man or a boy is determined by how he was born, his sex. So if he's born with balls and a
I'm
penis,
talking, yes.
if he was
So,
born with 2 balls, 2 testicles, and a penis, that is considered to me a man.
a male. So no, a male. Right?
Well, we
That is
talking
a
about
male.
adults, right? So
Right. I
right,
said a man. How do you define a man?
right. So a man, first of all, we have plenty of conversation what's a man and what is not a man on these shows.
No, I'm asking you. Just
No,
simply,
not like that.
just
Right,
simply.
I already I defined it, but you just don't want to accept. I said it depends on what that person was born as. So what his sex
So would
is.
you agree? So would you agree that a man is an adult male? Yes or no?
If he was born that way, yes.
Okay, then. So you also agree with me that Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said, "I don't know," that was ridiculous, right?
It depends. Again, like
No,
this
it
is
don't
this is
depend.
it does depend.
That's where I don't waver.
Put up, and that's the problem that we keep having. I keep telling you that is a difference between biology and what is social. And it is okay that we just don't want to accept it. You accept it in
Okay,
certain
so how do
speeches,
you define? Okay,
accept
so
it in
how do
certain
you
speech,
socially? So real quick.
you accept, right? What I'm saying is
Socially.
that you accept it in certain speech, which you just described it,
But
and
I'm
say, "Hey,
asking you.
I can identify you as a certain thing," and it is okay for politicians to identify that as well. But
Okay,
it's
but let me
wrong
ask
when they
you.
don't allow the line to be drawn to say, "Hey, what your sex is what you can participate in." That's where the lawmakers are wrong.
Okay, let
Well,
me
she's
ask
a
you this.
decision maker.
Socially,
Ketanji
hold
Brown
on,
is a Supreme Court
real
judge.
quick. So, Cuzzo.
Yes.
So now let's take it off of biology, right?
Right.
Socially,
yes.
How do you define a man?
That would, first of all, by how he looks, how he walks, and how he talks.
So, socially to you, can a biological woman, biological female, can you socially say that that's a man?
Yes.
And that's where we differ.
That's the problem.
No,
yeah, I could
here's
easily
the thing.
say, hey, look.
So here's the difference.
I could
Here's
easily
the difference,
say,
because
look,
real quick.
My man's over there, Keisha, my man Keisha over there, is a stand-up dude. I could easily say that. It's no problem.
And here's where we disagree, right? Because even if a person identifies themselves as something, I don't identify them as that. I'm gonna still identify.
Wow, Sharon, that's wild, bro.
Hey, look.
That's what I'm saying.
They go. Plenty of times we see
women.
They be more. Hey, listen. Listen. I see it time and time again. It'd be more women that act more so-called masculine, because that's what we're really talking about is the personality traits when we call a person a man or female. Kim West with the $5. Male and female is determined by their genomes. I'm assuming one is built to produce eggs or sperms.
That's what I'm saying. If I go have sex with a woman who identifies as a man, she's going to get pregnant.
Right, but that's biology, right? So and it's okay. I just think it's okay to identify as whatever that person wants.
But Sharon, I want you to address what I asked you, though, Sharon.
I see dykes that want to be treated as one of the fellas, and I see dykes that still recognize that she's a female, and I can respect both.
Sharon, but I'm asking you a question. A Supreme Court judge who makes decisions on people's lives, she has a lifetime job to make decisions on people's lives, and she said, "I cannot tell you what a woman is biologically." She said, "I'm going to leave that." If she say
biologically, then she's wrong.
She says, "I'm going to leave it to science." Pull the video up. She said, "I'm going to leave it to science." So I cannot tell you what a woman is biologically.
Let me say it one more time. She say biologically, and then she is 100% wrong.
But she's making decisions every day, and she can't tell you what a woman is.
Okay.
She's making laws every day. She's making laws and decisions every day for the country, and she can't tell you what a woman is. So can we trust this woman?
And what's your where's our disagreement with that?
The fact that it's going to what Brownsville said. Brownsville just said they're making laws. They are making laws to protect these people. Do you know? And we was talking about this earlier, and I'm gonna let y'all cook on and go back to Epstein. But we were talking about it earlier, where they have a commercial. They have a voice with Kamala Harris saying, "We are passing laws for men who are in prison. They're still citizens, American citizens who are in prison. We can pass laws where these men can have sex changes and be transferred to women prisons." It is a fact.
And so that's what me and that lawmaker would disagree. Like, if you're gonna leave it to science, and then science says that person was born a certain sex, and then that's the sex that they are determined to be. Simple as that. So even if she said we're gonna leave it to science, then let's leave it to science. Do this person have ovaries or not? Do this person have testicles or not? So once science proved that, then that's it. You gotta go with what your sex is. Simple and plain.
Now, Cuzzo, here's where we disagree, right? And I, I'm kind of shocked that we're here. But here we are. So let me ask you this question, right? So if Shadow came on the show and said, you know what, for now on, I'm identifying as a zebra, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, okay, that's cool, you're a zebra. But then me and you are involved in a conversation, right? Shadow isn't there, right? And I asked you, how do you identify Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to tell me you identify him as a zebra? Or you're going to tell me you identify him as a human?
I would say Shadow is a zebra.
And that's crazy. And see, now that is where you're actually taking upon his delusional mindset disorder. That's the issue that we can't allow.
That's not. It's just what you're saying is just not true.
It is.
As the zebra, I'm offended by this conversation.
We could definitely separate the person's sex for what they identify as, and it is okay. I don't know why that's a difficult thing. I mean, Shadow himself, he represented himself as a misgendered gay person in cosplay. He literally did it.
But I was actually in costume for a particular reason. But that didn't make everybody else identify me as the same. What I'm saying, you can't force your delusion on somebody else.
The character that you chose, you turned that character into a male.
Right. Okay. I get that.
All right, then. So in real time, in real life, you did it, right? You turned the character into a male, and then now everybody got to represent. Everybody that looked at you got to look at that representation of that character as a male. It is okay whether that real character is a male or female or not. Is a different conversation. They would say, "Hey, oh shit, you the male of X, Y, and Z character, but that character is a female." You like, yes, and that's what I'm saying. And it's,
but you're ignoring the entire conversation. And it's easy to ignore the conversation.
Hold on,
it's over after that, Josh. You don't get
he's
that.
Not wrong, though. No,
you don't get to be Wonder Woman and then come back and try to make these points, though, bro.
But you can. But I can't.
And all I'm saying, Josh, is just okay for us to just admit it, and it is all right. Right, you did it yourself in real time. You cosplay as a female character. You turned it into a male. Everybody recognized as the male version of that character, but everybody knows in reality.
You're trying to use that as a shot, but it's a bad shot.
But it's not a shot.
No.
Hold on,
I still can't force people to believe something that's not real.
All right, so
you're trying to get people to do.
So you saying that you was a female in that costume?
I don't care. I was dressed as I was a female character. I was a female character that was male.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Don't die on this hill.
No, I'm dying on this hill. Fuck that noise. Okay, so you can't force them. No.
Hold on, Josh.
Those two things. Josh, we're gonna do this.
We're saying the same thing, Josh. And I'm just saying this. Okay.
We are not saying the same thing. We are not saying the same thing at all, homie. At all. You literally cannot force other people into a delusion. That's what everybody else is saying too.
Okay, so were you dressed as a female?
Yes, by definition. I was a female character. Guess what I was?
That's the hill you want to die on. I was trying to. Hey, look.
So you shot the shot to try to be funny. All right. So
I was
you killed the conversation.
Funny.
No, you're right.
I'm just saying that, hey, it's okay. You turned the character into a male representation of that character. everybody recognized as a male version of that character, and it's okay to admit that. And also it's okay to say, hey, the original character is a female. Is all I'm trying to say. That's it.
Those you were not having the same conversation everybody else told you. Just because I say if I said I was a woman today and everybody on this panel can agree to it, I can't make y'all call me a woman. You can't do that.
Josh,
You can't use your feelings to infringe on somebody else's rights.
They always do this, man.
Okay, fine.
And whenever we're holding MAGA accountable for Trump and Epstein and all this pedophilic shit, they always want to bring up trans issues. They always want to bring up Minnesota. They always want to go to the distraction and have hour-long discussions, but we can't have an hour-long discussion.
I want to talk about that. I want to talk. Let's have an hour. Let's see how long y'all last in this conversation. So listen, with this Epstein cap, right? It's what I'm calling it. I'm calling it cap. So why all of a sudden do people now care about a case that is virtually closed, that we are not seeing any investigation from? We're not seeing any new arrests, but we see people get arrested for these rings every day. These trial rings, trafficking and whatnot has not slowed down. It has not stopped. If anything, I would say these Epstein files and whatnot are a deflection from what's happening every day.
Really? So man, that's an interesting point of view. I would say it's not a distraction, but it's more of opening people's eyes to understand that these people they are nefarious. When we see things like Pizzagate and people try to make it seem like pizza was not cold word for children, that is a lie, and absolutely this thing has been going on for a very long time, and people that are in powerful places are also involved in it, and it brings out it puts a spotlight on these situations so we can focus more on it, especially since Donald Trump was the main one saying he's trying to catch the PDF files, and now it comes to find out that he is a part of possibly the ring himself.
Yes, well, see, that's the thing. We know he was part of this conversation. My issue becomes he's the only one people are ready to throw the jacket on. Because I would respect it more if anybody affiliated with Epstein got the jacket. What it is people want to sift through these files, pick out names they don't like, and throw the jacket on them. See what I'm saying? Ain't nobody saying, well, Michael Jackson, Chris Tucker, Vivica Fox, all pedophiles, they ran with Epstein. People are picking and choosing who they want to put the jacket on, which makes it somewhat irrelevant at this point, because if it's not all of them, then what are y'all talking about?
Okay, so that's where we are in agreement. I think if Chris Tucker, we could prove that he was a part of it more than just watching, that he had a finger up inside of him, just like Harry Weinstein and Jay-Z was there. Both they asked Jay-Z need to be right next to Harry Weinstein if he was in participating of a young lady with two fingers up her goddamn private area, whichever one it is. And so on and so forth. And that was my opening monologue, is that people only want to point out the ones that they disagree with. And, like Nicki Minaj, she want to point out Jay-Z and say Jay-Z is X, Y, and Z. Hey, the person that you was just on stage with, ma'am, his ass need to be right there with Jay-Z. Your husband that you lay next to, he possibly need to be with Jay-Z too. That cousin that you was trying to protect, his ass need to be with Jay-Z too. So if we're gonna hold it across the board and they asses in those files, I don't care what side of the position you on, all they ass need to be, in the spotlight. And I agree, it might, I agree.
But yeah, that's why I would call it a distraction. Not because it doesn't need to be talked about, dealt with. The people don't need to be highlighted. But once we highlight them, now what?
Absolutely.
Because it looks like gossip. It looks like celebrity chasing. Other than that, let's talk about it in the next layer of it, which would be criminal charges for these people, all of them. Whoever involved.
Now,
and I'm saying,
how can Jay-Z get criminal charges on something that happened in 1996 that involves a young lady? Is that a possibility?
Yes. That's a possibility.
I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't know the case.
Hey Sharon.
How you doing, BT? Explain to us how it is possible that something that happened in 1996 that involved a child, by the statutes that he could still be prosecuted today.
Right. He can most states um, there's no statute of limitation on sex crimes. So yeah, if hypothetically, if I woke up today in my young age of 40 something and decided I wanted to press charges or make a police report on something that happened to me at 15, 10, 12, whatever, that I could do that. And you can also double down and civilly. Now the civil part, they do have some limitations on like being compensated for that pain and suffering, but to be charged, there's no statute of limitation in most. I don't know about all, so you have to tell me where they were exactly and it's happening and pull up the statute of limitations there.
Florida.
Okay, so then Florida has no statute of limitations on sex crimes.
Okay, because
it's still most though,
yeah.
As of today,
we can double check that, y'all, because I think we just did Florida. I don't know what panel we were on, but I think we checked. Yeah, Florida doesn't have a statute of limitation, so yeah, she can wake up and say in 1996.
Beachy, 34 of the 50 states have a statute of limitations on the R word. 34 of the 50. 34 of the 50. Yeah.
Okay.
And she said she believed that she was in Epstein's Florida mansion. So that's what she did say believe. So I guess that will have that gray area that everybody want to try to use and give these people excuses for being involved in these things, like the go to say, like, hey, you involved in these goddamn things, your ass need to be up out of here somehow, some way, to the furthest extent of the law that we can prove, in my opinion.
The federal statute is 18 USC 2242.
I'm just saying, not even criminal. What about a cancellation? Like, how about we start canceling people? You know, the way people have canceled Trump, rightfully so. Why aren't the rest of these people that's on? Oh, you on the list? Oh, yeah, you out of there. Oh, we saw them files today.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying we saw them files today, but ain't nobody going to blow up these people's Twitter. Ain't nobody trying to get these people off the net. Ain't nobody trying to embarrass them. It keeps going back to the same conversation. Trump, which again, rightfully so, he's involved. But what about these other 900 names we just got? What we doing with them?
So I think people want to start from the top down, especially where somebody he's in the highest position. He's the biggest name to go after, because once it showed that we could cancel him, the other people is going to follow as well. But Jay-Z did lose about 3 million followers on his social media. Beyonce lost about 20 million followers on her situation. She was at 320 mil, and now she's at 300 mil supposedly. So people are starting to respond. Also, seemingly, I don't know if any of these things are true, right? We have to fact check all these things. The NFL, they dissing themselves from Jay-Z. Beyonce knows mom's dissing herself from Jay-Z, and people are starting to move in the situation of what you are saying, Goat. And as more names come out, I do find it highly interesting that Jay-Z name was at the top of the list out of all 3 million files. That is wild to me.
Right. But again, you know what I'm saying? For me, it's just, you're there, your name in it. We talking about this as if these people need to be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? It should be all of them. If we can't pick and choose who we calling out. So, because I didn't know they lost followers and whatnot, but that's a good sign. Although, 20 out of 300 million, we got a long way to go.
We got a long sign. Yeah, we got. It's a trending sign to see, and it also shows how many of these people, even before they was famous, how they was at these goddamn events and how they was doing whatever they had to do to clout chase. This clout chasing ish, even though it seemed like it's important now. People been clout chasing for a very long time, and they was able to give excuses to people doing some nefarious things for a very long time, and it's getting out in the public. So shout out to that, and hopefully people can start holding the proper people accountable. We also have KT to go to here. So again, KT, what's your thoughts? I know Beachy has something to say as well, so I want to get back to Beachy and her thought as well. Go ahead, KT, to go. The fake goat.
The hate is real, but Listen, man. First of all, like you said, the suspect part is Jay-Z and all them supposed to be at the top. When they listen, Jay-Z and Michael Jackson, black folk. It's a list of a bunch of white people, and now we got something like oh, this woman called in and said in '96 she reported in 2000 something. Then '96 Jay-Z not no fucking body in '96. Jay-Z's no fucking body. I don't, man, like, bro, if we really want to, like, it is what it is. I guess we could take that at face value, but I really don't. The second
He
thing
is somebody,
is
though.
He was at 1996, and so like
fuck nah. Who the fuck
the
was
problem
Jay-Z?
is, so,
When was
like, if he
Jay-Z
was
first
at
album?
the problem is that if he was at the
96.
parties, if he was at the
Thank you.
parties, he was somebody, and that's how they determine who was the next celebrities about what they are willing to do and who was at these parties. And this is how they got people to do certain things because they got pictures of you at this party in and around some nefarious things, whether you participate or not. If you got caught in a picture of somebody doing something crazy, you in the same room, hey, you gonna have you want these pictures and videos out? No, I do not. All right, so you better get along to play along. And so we cannot act as if these people being at these parties when before they were celebrities doesn't mean anything.
Nah, we can call Cap when Cap is available, right? So like I just said, Jay-Z first album was Reasonable Doubt, 96, right? Did Jay-Z become some Insta star? Fuck no. Like, was he up there? I mean, he already was. He had songs with Biggie and shit, so it's like niggas knew who he was, but he didn't blow up and become some mega star. So it's even wild to try. Bro, I don't think Jay-Z was in no position to be around Jeffrey because Jeffrey Epstein was already up there. That it just doesn't seem to even in the line of how things was moving at that point in time. Jeffrey Epstein in the same room as Jay-Z for real, and they really out here doing shit together.
Okay, so all right, so what about the fact that we got Jamie Foxx saying how he used to sneak into all these parties and be around Denzel's, this person, that person, that person. He was a nobody. Nobody even knew his name, and he got himself up in those parties, and now he became famous. Why are we trying to ignore that people don't start at a certain place? But it started with these goddamn parties. You got into those parties, you was on your way into a good trajectory as being famous is what we need to be paying attention to.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that ain't a possibility. I'm just pointing out that again, it's wild to sit here and say Jay-Z in '96 would be the prime. These are the people we're gonna put out. Every time they release some Epstein file pieces, they release 2 pictures of black people. or they talk about 2 black people like it's these are the people y'all need to be looking at. It's a list full of white people and politicians. Fuck, and that, like you just said, I'm with Taz too. Get everybody, but I'm just saying, I'm not gonna. We shouldn't act like, yeah, man. We really do need to be, man. Trump. That's why people talking about Trump more than. Oh shit. Hold up. Hold on.
Yeah, I just disagree that, and I don't like the fact that this is where I go to some people are willing to give certain people excuses to say, hey, he wasn't popular then, so therefore he didn't do it. No, his ass was there. Absolutely, he was there, and he was doing whatever he can to get into the position that he is in today.
Yeah, he in the files, families. I mean, let's just deal with it the way we would Trump and whoever Trump's friends are. That's because, like I said, I just feel like at some point it'll be less relevant if you start taking people out because of how you feel about them personally. If we're doing the files, let's just do the files. Whoever in them, whatever investigation is in them, it needs to be reopened. You need to get back into all of that. And I think my issue with it is that's what I don't see. I don't hear them saying, okay, we need to reopen up all these investigations. All this needs to be looked at again. They just releasing documents. That doesn't mean much.
Damn.
Yeah.
God, beat you.
No, I think it's look over here. What we gonna act like we care about? We really don't care. I saw somebody put in the chat. Yeah, the sex trafficking that they don't have statute of limitations. So you got sex trafficking. That's forever. You get caught, or civilly and criminally. And I think on yours, Tad, it looked like almost 40, up to 40 states now. Something changed on the stats for 2025. It said 40 states out of the. You had 34, but I think it might have went up to 40 now. But either way, 34, 40. Look, it's going up. It used to only be a couple that had no statute of limitations. Are y'all more focused on the party, the twerking, the sexy red them, the Molly, or actually care about the crimes of violating someone's body and trafficking human beings? Because y'all do know this goes on all the time, even in our own communities. Like down the street, a couple blocks, it's an underage girl coming in and out of house with some grown men, and she ain't got no business doing that. And I think it's false outrage, because when you pull up the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, nobody cares about them. They are the least funded program. They don't even have enough money to operate. They don't have enough money to do anything. They're just like, no one puts no money into that program, and it's been like that for forever. So the very people that be out here that are like hollering, do something. Well, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and Human Trafficking been open for years now. And if you go over there and find out they desperately need help, they've been asking for help, begging for help, need volunteers, nobody wants to touch it because it's so taboo. And I'll give some money to Peter, or I help go feed down here at the dang Jimmy Hale mission, or donate some clothes to the Salvation Army that they don't need no more clothes. But nobody wants to go down there and get involved with this sex trafficking. So you can sign up and be a part of it. So I just think it's false outrage. I think all these papers, it's just fluff. Like as into somebody really make some arrest. I mean, what are we doing?
And that's the ghost argument as well. Welcome to the show, G Money. Good day. How you doing?
What's up, Sharon? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's up, good brother?
I'm all right. It's your first time on the show?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dave, what's your thoughts? G Money, what's your thoughts?
This whole Jay-Z thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys got it wrong. The man was popping in 96. Think about that, 1996. You had to go physically down to the record store and buy the album.
Right.
There was no YouTube. There was no streams. You had to go to the store and buy it. In the year 1996 alone, he went gold. And he wasn't up.
Yeah, great point.
He sold 500,000 copies. Reasonable Doubt. I know I was bumping it in the West Coast. I know I was playing it in the car, in the house.
It's a great point. He was very well known.
He was very well known across the nation. But you got to think about it. It's 96.
On Pac album. I'm just saying right quick, bro. He's so well known, he got a mention on Pac album. That's how well known he is.
Right.
Right.
Let me just read this.
Tupac, he had beef with who?
Right. I ran them in the
Jigga. He had beef. He said Jigga, Prodigy, Nas, Biggie.
All of them. I ran them independent with $2. Pac would never be in those files. R.I.P. the GOAT.
Well, he died in 96. I don't know.
Right.
Because he was kicking with the man Quincy Jones. So
you have a lot of questionable things with and I love Tupac, but he has some questionable situations.
I just jumped on here because I'm listening. I'm like, man, what are you guys talking about? The Jigga?
Nah, bro.
Come on, man. He told you to solve out that
Epstein, bro. We talking about be with Epstein, bro. My bad. That's my fault, y'all.
I understand about the Epstein.
But listen, in terms of we talking about for you to be on and rap, and I ain't saying he's nobody. I'm saying for Epstein level nigga in 96, Epstein was already in the billions, cause like the companies he done ran was $1 billion companies. That's a whole different plethora of motherfuckers to be chilling around. Like even like what you said, Pop may be suspect because he was with Quincy. You get what I'm saying? Like niggas even popping niggas at that time was still around, mostly popping niggas, the black dudes on that part of the industry, but not the white men themselves. That's all I'm pointing out. He wasn't that popping, nigga.
All right, so what you saying? You don't
Right
believe?
quick. Right quick. Let me kill it right quick. Let me kill it right quick. Let me kill it right quick. Don't you know it's a picture? Don't you know it's a picture of Jay-Z around that time with Bill Clinton?
Right.
Come on.
But you do know that, right?
Tell them again. I don't think they heard you.
So if you can get close to Bill, Jeffrey Epstein might be at the same goddamn party. Come on, fam.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. You know how many people got
Thank you for being real, brother.
Hold on. You know how many people got pictures of Trump right now?
Mm-hmm.
People got pictures. There's a bunch of people got pictures of President. They ain't. Come on,
Okay,
bro.
So now correlated. How many people got pictures with Trump and also have a girl saying that I woke up with Harvey Weinstein with 2 fingers inside me and this person that was in the picture next to him?
Shit, Jeffrey Epstein.
But Sharon, these are all speculations, brother.
It's not a regardless, but it is what this woman has. She picked out those 2 names specifically. Also, Jay-Z is also known for doing things with underage women, rumorly wise, right?
Now that's true.
So,
96, who he's with? Aaliyah. We all know that.
Foxy Brown, Aaliyah. Foxy Brown, Aaliyah, and Beyonce.
And Aaliyah, I don't know if you said Aaliyah, but and Aaliyah too.
Well, right? And those are just 3.
Remember the fight.
And those are just popular names. So imagine all the names that we don't know.
Somebody in the comments said, what was Pusha doing in 1996?
Pushing teens.
Nothing. And even further
I didn't even know nothing about no Pusha T back in 96.
That's what the T
that
stands
nigga
for.
was non-existent. This is what I'm saying.
No. And this is the problem that we have, right? Just because he was non-existent to you doesn't mean that he wasn't in and around all of the cool people or all the cool kids in the industry. Yeah. Again, a lot of people that is in the industry, like for example, what's the girl name that's with Diddy? She was just there. And then all of a sudden somebody recognized her, and then she got closer to Diddy, right? So again, there's a lot of people that would, if we was to look through those pictures, it's a lot of faces that we'll see in the background of unknown people that are just
talking about Cassie.
Hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. Instead of pointing out and pulling out that one thing. If we look at those pictures, it's going to be a lot of people in the pictures that's in the background that are nobodies. And those nobodies were in the party. So the same way how Pusha Teens could have been in the party amongst the nobodies.
Sharon, can you please stop calling him?
I'm about to say, you doing this for entertainment sake. That's
Sharon, keep it G, Sharon, man. Come on, man. Sharon, how old are you, Sharon?
It's not funny.
Sharon, how old are you?
Wasn't Pusha T pushing keys?
Yeah, let's
be real.
We know that. We understand he's a well-known and successful
this year.
Narcotics lord. Let him be the sin that he is. Don't be adding no extra bodies and activities on Terrence's name like that. I'm not gonna let you sit here and do that to him.
But that young lady did that.
She didn't say Terrence or Pusha T had fingers in her. She just said.
Nah, she said he's marinating in the building, which is nasty work. Like, and listen though.
Hold on. Pusha T's role was to actually getting the girls to these places. That was his role in it. He wasn't just pushing narcotics. He was pushing teens out to
oh, come on, Sharon, how old are you, Sharon?
I'm 45.
This shit is propaganda if I ever heard.
So Sharon, come on, be honest, bro. If you had cable back in the 90s, you was watching the box just like me. Did you ever see Pusha T on the box?
No, because he was still selling drugs before.
Come on, Sharon.
So how did
that nigga was driving from VA to NY?
How did Pharrell give him such a big record? The very first record that we ever heard was it wasn't like
Pharrell wasn't even thinking about Pusha T. He was thinking about Khalees, the ice cream yard.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this: when the
come on, Sharon,
they didn't come out with no just like, "Hey, we're gonna see them." They came out with grinding. You know what? I keep in like it was a big record.
Boy, that shit was like 2004.
That came out like that came out late 90s.
Thank you. So
Yeah,
That came out like 99.
I understand when it
20
came
Police
out.
came out
Hold on,
like
I gotta let
97,
me finish
98.
building what I'm saying. So you are saying that they just came out of the blue in 2000, or they was around before?
No,
No,
but I'm
they've been
saying you didn't
around
see them until
They
then.
was what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, that they was around. Just because you didn't know them for 1996 doesn't mean they wasn't around in the in crowd. They was absolutely 100% around the people.
You
Shout
trying to
out to
sell the
Davey.
narrative.
Hold on.
So we had
Hold
the
on. I got you.
box,
Hold on. Let me
man.
just read this.
We had the box.
I got
If
you.
you
Shout out.
had
That was
cable,
only,
you had the box.
no,
The
but that was very
TV
limited to
network
some people.
video channel. Let's stop,
The box,
Sharon.
yeah, but the box doesn't have anything to do with the Epstein videos. We
It's
didn't know.
nationwide.
What I'm trying to get y'all to understand, we never knew about Epstein and his parties until now, because that was only for the in crowd. And so that's what we really actually talking about. We didn't know about Epstein until much later on in life, because we wasn't part of that in crowd or that degenerate crowd or that pushing teens crowd. Shout out to Davey Dix. Pusha Teens was mentioned in 2007 emails, not 1996.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Thank
also
you,
need to make a
David.
point.
Thank
Just
you.
because your name is listed in the file does not mean you are restricted to 96.
Correct.
Those 3 million pages are all over the place. So please stop trying to say, oh, he didn't know nobody in 96. The nigga got big at some point, and guess what? When he got big, he was pushing
Yeah, the
teens.
2000s.
He went from pushing keys to pushing teens. End of story.
But y'all are proving Sharon's point though, right?
Hey, come on,
People
man.
y'all like
Man, the bias
now
is
it's
crazy in
propaganda.
this room.
Hold on, go ahead,
Hang on a
Kulu.
second. Like you're proving Sharon's monologue to be true. Is he said that is whoever y'all like, y'all find a way to justify that it's not real or that it didn't happen, right? For Pusha T and this guy that's speaking now. Sorry, man, I don't know his name, but y'all are saying it's propaganda. It's not true. It's just it's a narrative. But then y'all want Trump to be held accountable, for the Epstein files, and I agree. Trump and all these people that are mentioned need to go. All of them, from Trump to
Be
Jay-Z
careful
to
what you
fucking
say.
Pusha T, all of them. Like the military needs to come and just scoop them up and
Be
deport
careful
their ass
what
to
you say.
We might as
be
well throw the
careful,
freak
If
bro.
offs
you
in there too.
Okay, hold on.
if you want
I
because
just
if you
want to get a
cancel,
chance.
right? If
Hold
you
on, let me make
cancel
sure.
with how
Hold on,
many
y'all.
pages is it, Sharon?
Hold on. Let me make sure it's 3 million. Hold on, let me make sure Kulu finishes thought, and G Money, you be the
Okay,
first
go
one.
ahead, do your thing.
Let him finish his full thought. Go ahead, Kulu.
Y'all can't want Trump to be held accountable and everybody else to be held accountable, but then y'all don't want y'all's person to be held accountable for what they did as well. You can't tell me that Jay-Z wasn't fucking around with young kids when he was fucking around with Rihanna and all those young people at 17, 16 years old. Those are minors. You know what I mean? And that's just what we know via pictures. There's no telling what type of parties, kickbacks that they went to where there was even younger girls. You know what I mean? And if Jay-Z has a problem, just like with the whole the Tony Busby lawsuit, he'll put his lawyers out to defend himself, but he hasn't done that yet. But he sure did it with the Tony Busby shit, so that lets you know that there's something there. All of them got to go. All of them.
Okay,
Go
now
ahead,
watch
G
this.
Money.
Now watch this. I feel you on that. Fucking with a minor is out of pocket. But you gotta see how America works, brother. And what you don't know. Now check this out. Sharon, you said you 4'5", right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you like Boys in the Hood?
The movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched it.
What about Class Act?
Yep.
What about that girl, that chocolate girl?
I don't remember.
The main girl.
I would just say yes, just to
Okay, what about the one on Boys in the Hood? The one was crying with the baby.
Sure. I'm not good.
No, you don't know what I'm talking about?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so anybody who saw that movie, Class Act, the main girl, the chocolate girl, the one that was in Boys in the Hood, the one who had the baby as well, the chocolate one, she was 15 in real life.
Okay.
Class Act came right after Boys in the Hood. That was 92. That means she was 16. But look how all the other dudes, just like me and you, Sharon, because we the same age. So dudes that was watching, what you think they was doing? They was liking her just like me and you was liking her. I'm just saying, right?
But we was the same age as her, though. It don't
Right.
give.
So we justified. But look how she's portrayed. Go look at Monica's first first album.
But
Look how
we,
what she looked like and what she's doing. She
yeah,
was
but
13.
all right. So now you
So
say that to say,
what's your
okay,
point?
hold
So
on.
I'm just saying we got to, you got to peep the game with how
G-Money.
the
So you
government
say
and
that to say,
how this
hold
stuff
on,
is operated.
G-Money. So you say that to say what about the grown folks that was there and around them trying to push themselves?
I'm saying because they don't know, because how they portrayed, how they look. Go back and look at
Who don't know?
Who don't know?
the people, the public, the
Right,
audience.
but this is not about the public or the audience of how we are portrayed in them. It's
I'm
about
just
the
I'm
powers
just
that
throwing
be
that out there though.
Right, but the
Because
powers that hold on.
when I was watching a movie, I
Hold
did
on, I
not
don't want
see
you
16. I did not see 15.
That is fine, but what we cannot conflate the people that are there, the people, the powers that be that put her in front of the camera and took her to these parties. They knew her age. They have no excuse.
Nah, for
I'm
shit
just
though.
I'm just trying to say though, right?
And
To try
listen,
sometimes to make sense of things, because
nah,
you can easily get caught up.
No, you
and
can't.
again,
I'm from
going
a
back to
city
that
where you
making
have
sense
to
of
ask
things.
you have to ask little mama for some ID. Little mama, okay, let me see your ID. But guess
Bro, you're
what?
defending
So if
pedophilia,
you
bro.
No, I'm
doing
not
your due
defending, but
diligence, hold on,
what
hold
I'm
on, hold on,
saying,
hold on,
right?
hold
I'm
on.
just
One at a
pointing
time,
out
y'all. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. Brownsville
this
got
one.
some questions for you. It seems like G Money. Let Brownsville finish his full thought, and then you get a chance to respond, G Money.
It's all good.
Yeah. So my brother, I'm not understanding what you meaning when you saying it's easy to get caught up, because if you as a man are doing your due diligence to make sure that the female that you're rocking with is legal, then how is it possible for you to get caught up?
I'm just saying, good brother, it's about misconception.
How can it be
Women,
misconception if
young
you is
women,
so
they can
who's
portray
responsible?
to
Let me
look
ask you this.
very, very much older than what they are.
Right. Let me ask you this. Whose responsibility is it to figure out if you are in a legal situation or an illegal situation?
Well, you have to figure out what's legal and what's not illegal.
Well, we know what's legal. We know minors, right?
Because
We know
if I just go off, static, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, little mama, you look old enough. Even though she might got tattoos, piercings, whatever.
Ain't no
So
way.
you
But
saying that's how
sometimes
you
you gotta
operate?
ask.
You saying
But
hold on.
sometimes you gotta ask that for that ID. Sometimes, little
No,
mama, let me see your ID. But guess
sometimes.
what? They got fake IDs.
No.
So then what?
No.
No,
Absolutely not.
you don't
This is
tell me no.
crazy.
Don't
No.
tell me no. I got
Okay,
a
hold
cousin
on.
who got a car on a Sunday
So,
with a fake ID.
hold on. So just because
You can't tell me no.
Hold on. This is the problem that we keep having, right?
It's not
Just
a
because,
laughing matter either, cuzzo. This is serious, man.
you gotta let me talk, please.
But you need to clear it up.
Yeah, you want to clear it up? Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying, I don't want to move the goalpost, right? So what the brother just articulated is that if aesthetically, if a minor looks like a grown woman, then there's a possibility of a grown man getting a pass for messing around with a minor because he fell for her aesthetics.
I didn't say pass. I said sometimes you even gotta ask for the ID. But
I
but I said
disagree.
wait. But I said there's another flip side of the coin. What happens if she comes with a fake ID? Then what?
Then you do your due diligence,
How
right?
can
So
you do your due diligence
as a
when you
grown man,
thought
right?
you thought the first initial ID was good enough?
But it ain't even about the ID, right?
Right.
So as a grown man, right? It's about your awareness, and your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of how to identify a child from an adult, right? It's
Correct.
called discernment, right? So it's dependent upon how your value system is set up, right? So if your value system is set up where you got lust and degeneracy at the top of your value system, then yes, you can easily fall victim to going with the aesthetics instead of doing your due diligence and being disciplined, right? But the problem that I have with y'all brothers is y'all come online and y'all making excuses for
Okay.
not having a recalibrated value system, right? Because
Right.
if you were moving as a man with discipline, with self-respect, with an ideology that you're going to protect women and children, then there's no way you're going to misidentify a child for a grown woman. That's
You,
just
Agree.
not possible.
you very much correct. You're very much correct.
Okay,
So
so
my
then that's gonna cancel out as a female, and I haven't been a teenager for years, okay, decades. And I'm telling you, as a teenage girl, every man that approached me working, that's why I'm gonna let my daughter, she can't work. Sorry, you can't have a job, because the men on the job, they knew darn well we could work at starting at 15, learn a worker's permit, and then 16, you can just have a regular job. Every one of those men that brushed up behind me on the job, walked a little close, poking on you. We teenage girls, we like, oh my God, the manager, we just all he kiki, not realizing he's breaking the law and preying on us. He knew we didn't need no ID. They knew dang on well we were high school girls. They knew what they were doing, and some more than others fell super prey to the advances. Some of us were scared and shy, but I know for a fact men, they don't need no aesthetics. We didn't even have weave and makeup back then. I mean, it was products and weave, but we didn't have no makeup. Okay, we didn't have any all the extra stuff. They knew dang it wasn't no I was confused. They had a lust and a desire and a deviancy to mess with young girls because we were vulnerable. We didn't know what we were doing. I guess our inexperience was attractive, whatever. I don't know what it is predators look for in young women, but you don't need no ID to be able to tell that's a little girl, that's a young whatever. I don't care how much lashes, makeup, and hair she got on. You all can still see the young girl. So let's just take that out the equation.
Okay,
And to me,
so I got a question.
or
The one who said the due diligence. So what would you do? How would you go by doing your due diligence to the brother?
Well,
Wait,
what
what
I
am I
do,
doing due diligence for?
No, I just
well,
want
he
to know
talking to me,
the
Queen.
brother
He
that
talking to me.
the brother said about do your due diligence. I want to know how he would go by doing that. If you take aesthetics and ID out the picture,
Right. So
what's your next move?
the first thing you have to do is make sure you have a recalibrated value system, right? So you're dating with intention, right? You're not just dating to have sex. That's number one. Because when you're dating for lust, then you're going to prioritize that above anything else, right? And if you are not disciplined and you are putting your discernment on the back burner, right? Then you're going to convince yourself that you was tricked, but actually you wasn't tricked. You was just moving in your degenerate mindset, right? Which is to convince yourself that that young girl did something nefarious that tricks you into that situation. But no, you tricked yourself, right? Because of your lack of discipline, your lack of knowledge, your lack of responsibility, your lack of integrity, right? And we need to make it clear, right? Because it really disgusts me
Right.
when men are expressing that type of an ideology, because it shows what young girls are going through day in, day out, when they're walking to the grocery stores, when they're walking to school, and there's grown men preying on them because they're being led by lust and degeneracy, right? So no, you don't need to have no ID. You don't need to go by aesthetics. You know a young girl just based upon how she's moving, how she talks, how she walks, how she communicates, etc., etc., right? And you as a man, you're willing to compromise your integrity to fulfill your lust, and that is how you end up in these compromised situations. And
G Money,
if
would
you
you
have
like
that
to
type of mindset, then you
G
need to be ashamed of yourself and you need to recalibrate, my brother.
Money, would you like to
But
respond?
see, hey, Sharon, right?
Slap the
And but
taste
see,
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Damn. They said, hold on. It said, no worries. Get rid of that new sicko. He is creepy. G Money is his name. So it's $20. Anybody that want to bring G Money back, or G Money is $20 to bring yourself back. G Money. Also, welcome into the show, The Beautiful Conversations with MJ.
Yeah, what's up, bro? What's up? Hi, Beachy. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on. I agree with Brownsville. It's just an excuse and a cop out. There's a difference between looking youthful and going after youth, right? Those are two different things. If you put a young man in a suit and a grown man in a suit, you telling me you can't tell the difference between who's the young man and who's the older man? You could. The men are going after young, right? Not youthful. You could have a woman that's your age and she still looks youthful. That's the big difference, and they just don't want to admit that. That's why they come up with excuses why they're hollering at 15, 16, or 17-year-old girls talking about she got a body like a woman. Since when? You could see her up here with barrettes in her hair and little afro puffs, because I'm from the time where you had afro puffs and the pineapple cut and shit like that, and you could tell the difference between who was an older woman and who was a young girl, you know. But they didn't care because they wanted something young and something fresh, something that they talk about all the time in these spaces. So I'll just drop it right there.
And we got to stop allowing the excuses to be moved around as just because one or two people was able to trick somebody, as if that is what is happening. Majority of people are not being tricked. They know exactly what that is. Majority of people act as we know when we see somebody acting grown. We say it all the time. Little girls, stop acting grown. Like it's a whole saying behind it, right? All little boys stop acting grown. Men and women know exactly who that underage person that's trying to do whatever, even if that younger person is trying to holler, because we hear it all the time with younger men as well. They try to holler at older women. It's still up to that grown adult woman to say no. It is up to that grown adult man to say no. Like, I don't understand why we act as if we don't see the difference between how grown people move, act, talk, and dress versus a child attempting to be older. We can clearly see the difference. It's not even close, to be honest. You can see the difference in their skin, even young-looking older people. And no matter how young I look, I cut off my beard and everything, ain't nobody gonna think that I'm goddamn 16. Even the youngest looking old person, nobody's gonna look at that young, older looking person and say, "Oh, you look like you 16." I don't care how young she look. If she grown, you know she grown. No matter how young she look. It's kind of weird sometimes. We got to start giving people excuses for this shit. I don't care if it's Pusha Teens, Jay-Z. I don't care who it is, whether they black, white, yellow, indifferent, a T person. I don't care who they are. If they are in those goddamn files, we need to be taking some closer look, and we need to figure out what are we going to be demanding from our U.S. government for these people that are in these goddamn files now. Like, so now that we got the files out, what is our next step now? After we read all of it. Go ahead.
I want to say two things real quick. First of all, I don't think we should put that in the hands of the government. I mean, we see what the government's going to do, which is nothing. They released the files, meaning they had the files prior, and they know who was on the list before they was going to put it out, and yet they've arrested nobody about it. So, yeah, nothing's going to happen. If anything, I guess it was what Taz was saying, we'll have to do, like, social cancellations or something. Outside of that, we should also be accurate. And this is all I'm going to say about the girl here. She talking about Pusha T was the handle. Listen, so she basically saying she didn't know of the Epstein gang type shit for like 10 plus years. Didn't say anything like, and I'm not saying that people have to say something immediately. Please don't no one misconstrue me for that. But like a lot of this shit don't be this shit. In my opinion, again, I think it's really weird that you would put out black entertainers as the cover for the Epstein files when it's a bunch of white politicians in majority. And these are people that Jeffrey Epstein himself are talking about. These aren't just like, oh, a victim said this is what happened. It's actual ties to Jeffrey Epstein himself, not a victim. We should stick to that. I think that because, like, no offense, I could accuse any of you guys up here of any crime in this universe. That does not mean it's true. Okay, I'm sorry, but we can look at who's connected to Epstein himself. That should be the proof.
KT, do you know what Epstein actually did? Like professional. Sorry, bro. KT, do you know what Epstein did professionally?
Like his job?
Yes.
Yeah, he ran like a firm, investment firm, and it was something about the stock market one time. Yeah.
One of those comments you made earlier was the fact that Jay-Z couldn't have been in the same room with Epstein for X, Y, and Z. When Jay-Z was growing his business as a whole at that time, especially over the 20 years that followed. You have to understand, just because we don't know somebody's in that world doesn't mean that they're not. This list is huge. Somebody, I think Brownfield mentioned earlier how Trump had been on the plane 8 times. My first comment was, what was he on the plane for? Was he on the plane to head to said island, or was he on the plane engaging in illicit conduct? If either of those two are true, he needs to be locked up. End of story. But that's where my comment to Brownsville went earlier. If you're on the list, that's not indicative of you committing a crime. But if you were specifically listed to have committed a crime, you need to be arrested today.
But we know what Epstein was doing, right? He was trafficking young girls to engage in sexual acts with grown men, right? So a lot of these brothers are going to be guilty by association, and they should be guilty by association, because what I don't like is when I hear men come online and say things like, well, we need finite proof, or we can't believe everything a woman says, right? Or, well, they aren't prosecuting or arresting these people, so it must not be true. You don't understand that sexual crimes, right, are the least likely crimes to where you can get a conviction, right? There's less than 4% convictions when it comes to sexual crimes. The reason why is lack of credible evidence, lack of people willing to come forward, right? Victim blaming, right? The victim itself being embarrassed, etc., right? So there's a long line of reasons as to why it's very difficult to prosecute a sexual case. You need an overwhelming amount of evidence to get a conviction, because a lot of men are thinking like KT the GOAT, right? And a lot of men are thinking like the other brother who got kicked off, right? To where it's kind of like the nefarious way of looking at children or looking at women, whereas, you know, they have to convince you that something happened to them before you can take it seriously. And that's my issue, right? And for me, if anybody's connected with the Epstein files, then they need to be looked at with a side eye. They really need to be examined as a predator. Whether we find the smoking gun or not, because you're guilty by association. If you've been hanging around with this guy and that's what he was known for, then what were you doing with him? It wasn't anything good, because he wasn't about doing anything good. And a lot of y'all brothers got daughters. A lot of y'all brothers got nieces. A lot of y'all brothers got little sisters, right? And what I need y'all to start doing is thinking about them, before you reacting or responding to anything related to the Epstein files. Because just like the Queen Bee, she said, there's little girls that go missing every single day and nobody's doing anything about it, right? And I would hate for that to be somebody that you know and love, that something ends up happening to. And then somebody online is coming up and saying, well, we gotta find the proof and we can't really believe it just because they said it. That's kind of really, really just a harsh way of taking the considerations of girls and women in the proper context. Peace and love.
Brownsville,
I said
sorry.
that you. Nah, let
Hold
me
up,
say this
Brownsville.
real quick. No. Let me say this real quick.
He just
First of
addressed
all,
me,
you
so I
took
need
that
to attack
improper.
twice.
No,
He
chill.
also addressed KT as well.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
let me
my
just
bad.
point this out. Like you came in the incorrect context. That's the first thing. I've never said this is okay or don't believe. I'm saying, and second of all, if somebody who's ever identified as an officer for one of your first comments to be, well, why I gotta be finite proof? It's scary as fuck and shows why people don't trust police, because that's how the justice system is supposed to work. Like, yeah, guilty by association is a thing, but that isn't something the way the justice system is supposed to work. And if you're talking about the proof how so hard to will convict these people, I think 3 million pages would be enough evidence, right? That you should be able to convict people. It shouldn't even have to be us talking about what we need to do to take care of the thing. Those people are, but they've shown they're not doing that. So that's all I got to point out, bro. Go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah, and it's really, it's a lack of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of how the justice system works on your behalf, right? Because maybe you missed it. When it comes to sexual crimes, that's one of the most difficult crimes to prosecute for a litany of different reasons, right? Which is why a lot of women, probably in this chat room, right, have been victims of sexual crimes, and there's never been any type of conviction associated with it, right? And what I'm saying is you're being very insensitive to them because you don't understand the history. You don't understand the dichotomy of why these things go unpunished. And when we get this information from the Epstein files, right, and we understand what Epstein was doing, then things shouldn't have to be spelled out to you before you say, hey, maybe we should look at this person with a side eye, right? Which is all I'm saying, right? If somebody was to come up right now and say, you know what? Once one of your panelists assaulted my daughter, right? If I don't know you, I'm looking at you with a side eye. Because now it's up to you to prove what they're saying is lying, right? Because I wouldn't want a person like you around my daughter. And this is how men need to be responding to these types of allegations. Yes, in a court of law, you're guilty, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? And in a court of law criminally, you have to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. All that is facts, right? But there's a lot of people who have committed sexual crimes and who have gone unpunished. And just because they've gone unpunished, that does not mean that they should not be held accountable or responsible or looked at in disgust.
I'm sorry. That
Also,
sounds crazy.
and before we move forward, also the Fiesta video was shot on it was on Epstein Island. So
I was on Epstein Island.
Yeah, so the Fiesta video, and we know what R. Kelly is. We know that for a fact what R. Kelly is. We know that Epstein and Jay-Z had ties since 1996. And also now we know that the video was also shot on Epstein Island. So if you need, and I guess you still saying that we need further evidence past that to say, hey, we need to look at these people with a side eye.
And can we give a
Pause.
shout out?
I
Can
know.
we
Sorry.
give a shout out, guys, to someone actually saying on the chat? No one will probably come forward and say it, but there's 1 in 5 of us grown women in this room who have been sexually assaulted, and then it's like 1 in 3 for underage. You can get those on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So out of this chat, I don't know how many women in here, but 1 in 5 of us have been sexually assaulted. Okay. And if there's no children here, of course, because this is an 18 and older platform. But if there were to be 1 in 3, that's pretty high, y'all. So I don't know how many women up in this room, but I mean, you can do the math. It's a couple of us.
And I gotta point out,
say
like,
this
the
before I
convoluted.
leave. Give 1 second because I gotta go. I got a meeting to go to. So I understand what Brownsville is saying. Brownsville, right? Anybody that's associated with this person, we should look at it as a side eye. We should question it because we should question it. But when we start talking about prosecuting them just because they was associated with him in some type of way, I don't agree with that. Now, can we prosecute everybody who was on the island? Absolutely. And we got proof that you went to the island, but these pages talks about all of his associates. These are people that you might have been in the same room with him in a meeting room in New York. Like, we don't say that we're going to prosecute him from guilty of association, right? I think that's ridiculous. But yeah, we got proof, like I said, because they got flights, they got all this stuff. They got proof that you went to that location. I think those are the side eye. Those are the people that we got to hold accountable. I think they still should have their day in court. We shouldn't just process, because this got real complex, I think, when he self-deleted himself, because he's the key to a lot of these cases, right? Like, you need kind of that testimony of somebody's there, right? So that's all I'm saying is him being a businessman, just because in this file, I like I said, I haven't read all the file, but I'm curious to know. It is going to be people in this file that just say, hey, we should look him at a side eye because he might have lended them money from an investor point of view, or there's a lot of stuff that his company was involved in from on the legal side, even though this guy was heinous.
And I also just want to point out real quick, I agree with you for the most part, Eddie, man, for real. I can't believe that shit. But I'm not trying to make this an argument about, like, I know it's problems with females in terms of men doing things they shouldn't do. I'm sticking to what we were talking about here, which is the Epstein file itself, which is why I said I'm agreeing with E. It's actual proof, evidence of who his associates are, of people who have actually been to the island and made purchases, quote unquote. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to make Jay-Z, because again, I'm gonna say this, like, I feel it very odd that out of all of the powerful politicians that are already proven to be on this list, the people you're highlighting both times when you make the putouts are people who are around him, but they're not actually on logs of Jeffries. Like, these are people saying, like, oh, this is a picture of Michael Jackson with Jeff. They're the Met Gala. Like, the Met Gala, bro. Like, I'm just being real. Like,
Jay-Z's on a
So
side
let
log
me
though.
ask you a question, KT. Have you ever interacted with or communicated with an adult victim of SA?
yeah.
How many?
Not a lot.
Okay.
About two.
Have you ever interacted or been around a child victim of SA?
Yeah.
How many?
One.
Right. So if you've been around a whole bunch of these women and children, I would want to believe you would feel differently about this, right?
Well, I'm the child.
I think it's because your lack of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of how these crimes happen.
I was the child. I had a woman sexually assault me at a really early age. No, I that's what I'm saying. You're being facetious, and I'm okay with that. But you have to stop just asserting that's what you think, or and presenting that as fact. It's not true. I have more than understanding. Trust me, like I really do. I'm not sitting there saying let's look at all victims and say they mean nothing. I'm just talking about this Epstein case, man. And they got 3 million files on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? 3 million pages of evidence on it. I'm saying let's go through that and get who we need from off that list, because he's naming the people he's worked with. He's naming his collaborators. I don't want to talk about the people that they presenting in front of us that he isn't talking about himself. That just seems, as y'all was saying, chasing who we want, who they're literally presenting for us to chase. Like, yeah, talk about them. Let's not, like y'all been saying too, Clinton's on this list. Both Clintons are on this list. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of politicians.
Yeah, arrest them.
Like,
Yeah,
exactly.
like arrest them.
That's what I'm saying. And
But it seems like when it's Jay-Z, like you want to like find finite proof when it's Jay-Z, but when it's Clinton or Trump, it's like, oh, just arrest them.
We have the finite proof. We have Jeffrey Epstein putting them on logs, talking about how they've been there with him. We don't have that for Jay-Z. We don't have that for Chris Tucker and Michael Jackson. The black people they keep putting out. Like I'm saying, what they're using.
He did a music video on his island.
This isn't Jeffrey. Listen, that's
and there's photos with Jay-Z with minors.
In terms of investment and things. And I'm not saying Jay-Z didn't do anything. I'm saying this is what we need to be worrying about second, instead of really highlighting, because we can highlight the people who we need to really be saying, all right, the full evidence is there, and it's a big ass list of them.
Okay, so you said, hold on. So the people that, the reason why we talking about Jay, because they're the first names that people paid attention to the most at this very current moment. Should we not?
No,
should we not?
They're making us pay attention.
Who's?
Because was anyone talking about Michael Jackson and Chris Tucker before the first files dropped? No. And again, they haven't presented the evidence of Jeffrey having them in the logs, talking about Mike flying out.
Hold on. So what they say about Chris Tucker? What was he mentioned in the files?
Nothing for real. I didn't see from what I've seen, because I'm still going through the first video.
You're going to speculate. So you have no idea if Chris Tucker
was
actually mentioned in the files. You saying that because you're talking about pictures. You talking about pictures, or you talking about people that's named in the file? Those are two different things.
No, I'm talking about because Jay-Z, all these people are named in the files. That's what I'm saying though. But it's actual people. Jeffrey Epstein himself, you know, because these are Epstein files. They're about Jeffrey Epstein's log originally. Give me one second.
So now again, so when we are talking about Jay-Z, is he not mentioned in the files? Right, he's mentioned in the files, correct?
He said, "Give me 1 second." All right, I think you have to step away.
All right, so he's mentioned in the file. So now, who is mentioned in the file that we are not talking about? Is the question, because I'm confused about. You want me to mention all 900 people that was involved in one stream?
I apologize. I had a phone call. No, what I was saying is people that Jeffrey Epstein, that like how we're talking about the evidence needs to be built or evidence being there or not. There's clear evidence of people who are directly, like he's named them. They're in the ledger.
Okay, so who do you want to talk about? Since you don't want us to talk about the entertainers that represent Black culture.
I'm saying let's go after the people who got the facts.
Who? Like so don't just
like Trump. I know y'all gonna go against that. I mean, again, I'm with what you said earlier too, in terms of why people are talking about Trump with it. He's the most. I mean, this man runs our country. Like Jay-Z don't run my country. He don't even run Black culture. That's what I'm saying. Like, has he contributed to it some way? Fuck yeah, whatever. But again, we talking about terms of. I've said this already too. I know we can't get everyone at once. We have to get the important people. Like I said, let's stop. I'm not going to celebrate getting the nickel bag, man. I'd rather get the plug. I clap when we actually get the fucking plug. Let's go get the plug.
All right, so how do you get the plug? Don't you usually climb up the line? You get the low level, then he snitch on the one that's above.
We already have the Epstein files is the low level. we have that. That's what I
thought we got the plug when we got Epstein.
Right,
that's the plug's already gone.
Right, that's the plug. Yeah. Right, Epstein was the plug, and now we are sorting through all
the. They got the plug's evidence, and that's all I'm saying. The plug's evidence has ledgers.
Okay, so now, all right. So now that we got the plug, which was Epstein, he was the plug. So now it's trickling down to all the people that was buying and doing whatever else. Jay-Z is seemingly one of them.
That's what I'm saying. That part to me, that's not the Epstein files. The Epstein files were going off of Epstein's ledgers and records of things he was doing. This side piece where they're saying, "Oh
On
yeah,
the
by
fight
the way."
logs.
Oh shit.
Okay, so you don't believe that Jay-Z is a part of the Epstein files, is what you're saying. I'm trying to have an understanding of what you're saying. Because it seems like y'all just want nothing to happen. That's what it always seems like. Every time we're trying to have a conversation on what the information that came out at the moment, it's not like we could read 3 million pages in one day. It's going to take months before we get a real understanding of how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Even if it's
And
just
like I
going
even
off.
mentioned to, I already mentioned two attorney generals in this situation. I mentioned their names already. So I don't understand, like, if you're gonna give us some names that you want to have a conversation about and show us the evidence that you have on them or what is mentioned about them in those files, I have no problem with that at all. But just to go ahead and say a blanket statement, or not mention these other people and you don't know them, they name yourself, is disingenuous at best.
I didn't say nobody didn't mention anybody else. I said like we're actually acting like Jay-Z is what again. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone, the Epstein files from the beginning, they were talking about this is Epstein's ledgers and Epstein's logs and things of nature, proving that these were people that he had coming to the island specifically to make purchases. Okay.
No, that's not what. They've never said that. They said the Epstein files were specifically of anyone who has ever done business between the time that Jeffrey Epstein was conducting child ST, literally between point A and point B until the moment of his arrest. So this has any business transactions or business interactions or business communications he's ever done with anybody that has to be in the timeline he is committing his crime. His offensive conviction.
You kind of faded out at the end. Could you say it again?
It's a log of anyone who did business with him during the term of his offensive conviction. So the time that his offense was being conducted to the time that he died.
Okay. And then they say we had specific logs stating like this guy was going to the island for like pizza and shit, right?
That's not specified.
It wasn't just the island, bro.
No, I'm just pointing out. Like, I think
the problem that you have in KT is that you not informed, and so you're questioning us like we are not informed like you.
I'm not. How are you saying I question you like you're not informed? What the fuck? The fact that you even came out and said that from the beginning is crazy.
It's not just about Pizzagate, right? It's not.
No, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying that there's evidence of it on there, right?
So it's not just, hold on.
So we can't arrest people because you had business with
this is the thing that you are missing. Hold on, you are missing a lot of things. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or you're just not informed. It was more than just what you are trying to make it out to be. He's on the books for most, like the young lady. Stop. Jeez. The young lady that we are talking about. This happened in America or in Florida, possibly at Epstein's mansion. So a lot of the parties happened here. They didn't go to his island and didn't have nothing to do with them ordering pizza. Some of the stuff just happened at his party as well. So it's a plethora of things that this man was involved in that dealing with trafficking human beings.
Yes, and you're really skipping the point that I pointed out that I'm trying to make here. I only brought that up as a reference because I'm pointing out they admitted there are trackings of his wrongdoings in these files.
Yep.
That's evidence. So I'm saying everything else, if we know this is
so
business,
who are those people? Who are those people? Who are those people?
A bunch of people. I can't name everybody.
Name them.
I cannot list their name.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You believe that your ignorance is our ignorance.
Nigga, can you name everybody off the list?
Right, because I'm going as they come out.
No, you can't. What the fuck? You can. No. With the evidence, there's plenty of people on the list. You cannot name all of them.
I already admit that I did not read 3 million pages.
We've all agreed to this.
He has
I said this from the beginning. I'm still reading the first half.
So him having a library of names, he got over 900 names. So out of those names, we are going with the ones that we have already that is proven to be researched and it is in the media as well.
You
That's
know,
what we're
again,
having a conversation about. Those people. Those people are in the files right now, and they are currently the hot topic because social media is responding because Jay-Z lost 2 million followers and Beyonce lost 20 million followers.
yeah, no, that's all.
NFL dropped following him. Beyonce moms dropped following. There's a lot of things happening with strong, prominent people in this world. And so they are losing favor. That's why we are talking about the ones at hand right now, because they are the most popular at the time. And then as 2 weeks later, as more names come out, and it's those names going to come out, and then we're going to have a conversation about those names as well.
But Pusha T is even worse than that because he's actually implicated in a DOJ file.
Right. And so that's what we're talking about. So if you want to now, I don't know if you're just trying to muddy the water or you want to actually talk about different names, then you're going to have to pinpoint the names and the evidence why we should be talking about those names as well. And we're going to, if the evidence is there, they in the files, we could talk about those as well. Nobody's trying not to speak about Clinton. I mentioned Clinton. I mentioned that both parties is going to try to act as if their side of the coin is not involved in it. The Republicans want to talk about Bill Clinton, but don't want to talk about whoever's on their side. I mentioned
Donald
Trump.
Sharon.
Yes.
What about? I heard Patti LaBelle was on that list.
Oh well, if she on there, her ass got to go too.
Yeah, man.
So
It just seems like people.
So no more Patti LaBelle pies, huh?
Absolutely.
Is that what you say?
Nah,
Yeah.
but real
It just seems like people are defending. You know, if it's their person, now they want concrete evidence. But if it's if it's a person that they don't like, oh man, just go ahead and arrest them. It's like just get everybody out of there. And I don't see why KT like you're fighting it so bad. Jay-Z was in pictures with 17-year-olds. Like you don't think that he was in the studio late night with them? Like you don't think that he tried to do something with them? Like come on,
get that nigga for that.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? But listen to what y'all saying. Y'all really saying, oh, people trying to stick to their favorites. You're saying that you seen him do some other shit you wanted to go down for this, and that's more than understandable. But again, like I said from the beginning, how the justice system should work. Like that's just being honest. You don't want nobody sitting here just throwing something on you and then.
Hold up, guys. Somebody spell Patti LaBelle because we're not finna just be throwing anybody's name out here like we ain't got the full Epstein search library and we check and with Sharon. We got to pull it up. So
hey, fact check it. There we go.
How do you spell Patti LaBelle? Because she's not coming up how I put it in. I might have spelled it wrong.
P-A-T-T-I.
No, so but that proves the point that we cannot just be throwing names out there just to have to save face of the people
LaBelle
that we like.
is what? L-A-B-E.
She ain't on there. It's okay, BG. She ain't on there. He just threw out her name just to
wow. That's what you can't be doing. That's reckless, man. Now,
Sharon, I formed that as a question.
Right, but that's
Sharon, I formed that as a question. Right, that wasn't concrete.
We understand you formed that as a question, but that's the problem. People are just throwing names in there for no reason, right? When we have people that actually, you search their name pop up, and it gives them what they did. You type in Sean Carter, it shows why his name is brought up and what the implication of it.
He ain't gonna make a joke about her past.
And then when you put in Beachy, when you type in Pusha Teens, what pops up?
Yes, Pusha T comes up, but you're not going to keep saying on Pusha T. Listen. Yeah, my guy came up. Okay, and I mean, it didn't really.
Hey, listen, I'm not even running.
Hey, I was watching another podcast, so don't kill me, man. Don't kill me.
And look,
who else name we got? Let's put in anybody. I think I ain't gonna tell you who I look for. I put in Kendrick Lamar. I want to make sure he was straight. And then this is how you do. When the name come up, y'all, you have to see what it's attached to with their name. Because I actually his name did come up, but it didn't come up to have anything to do with any devious behavior. It was somebody having a recorded conversation talking about they liked the Kendrick Lamar album and they wanted to go see him in concert. You see what I'm saying? So you got to put the name in, then click the file and see what the conversation about that name was. So every name mentioned did not do something devious in these files. They were just in a conversation had like, oh, I went to the Kendrick Lamar concert, or can you get those tickets? So don't just think there's because somebody said, "Oh, Kendrick name was in there," and then you go run with that, but you don't see that not for any devious behaviors because someone was discussing him and going to his concert.
Right.
And
But
this is what
Pusha
I'm
was
talking about.
listed as somebody he
Hold on,
kidnapped.
but that's the part that keep being pushed over, right? Like when we are talking about Sean Carter's name and what is attached to, we're talking about what he is attached to some disgusting things at the moment.
No,
right?
but this is what I'm saying.
Pusha T is linked to some disgusting things at the moment. Donald Trump, he is listed with some disgusting things at the moment. Bill Clinton, he's also somebody that got some disgusting things on his name at the moment. As we going through 3 million pages, we're talking about the ones that got not just on the list, but also that has some nefarious things attached to their name on the list. Because just like Beachy just said, like people typing in a bunch of names, but if it come up, you type in Kendrick and it say, "Hey, can you give me tickets to the Kendrick show?" Nobody cares about that detail.
Which
they
is
care
what
about
I'm
the
pointing
detail
out.
that is pushing people towards some nefarious acts.
Which is what I'm
Heinous
pointing
crime,
out also
like the
because
SVU unit.
I'm trying to say Jay-Z.
But Sharon, don't forget about Bill Gates. He on there too.
It's a difference between people who are named in the Epstein files and people who are actually associated and had interactions like we're talking about proven
Right. So the problem that we
action.
keep having with you, KT, you're just bringing up things that is possibilities instead of sticking to Elon Musk was brought up because X, Y, and Z. You just say it is
Because he
people
asked to go to the island.
So hold on. What I'm saying is that you are just saying you are giving people excuses. When
No,
you
I'm
say
not.
I'm explaining to you why. You're giving people excuses when you say, well, it's plenty of people that's named on there. We don't know what's going on. You do it then. So if you are not bringing up, if you are
so
not,
that's what I'm saying. I know what's going
you are
on with
not,
Jay-Z.
you're not allowing me to
I
finish
know what's
what I'm
going on with the
saying. Please,
Pusha
let
T
me
part.
finish what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead.
If you want to take the spotlight off of Jay-Z and Pusha T and all these other people, and you want to put a spotlight on somebody else, then you need to name that person you want to put the spotlight on, and why should we put a spotlight on them? Not just say we got to go ahead and be random for no reason.
Okay, so I'm pointing out that there are people that are named in there.
Ooh.
And Jay-Z and Pusha T. And people like you said, Clinton and Trump. Let's just stick to them. I would say them people. It's more politically named people. But
Okay,
that's
so
my
now what does it say about
say
Bill Clinton? Since you want to bring up Bill Clinton, what does it say?
His flights and shit. How many times he been over there and partied with him and shit? How they was, them niggas was friends. He even had a picture of this nigga in the crib. So like, yeah, there's a bunch of shit about their actual association. So that's my point. Like these are people who are in high political positions and actually like. And I'm not saying that they're less important, but again, I feel that's a psyop right there to say let's talk about these entertaining people when there's real political people who are still
I'm giving you the floor to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. I'm giving it. Hold on. I want you to recognize that I'm giving you the floor so you could talk about whoever you want to bring up in the files, and you glanced over them yourself. You ain't giving me no details on why Bill Clinton and his track record. This is what he did here, X, Y, and Z. I gave you the floor to do that, so you can do it yourself.
I have to give you that.
You
to
can't
talk
even
or
provide
something?
it. This is the issue that we have. I'm giving you what I've read so far, like in the 3 million pages. What I read so far. So if you read something about Bill Clinton, then you could build that case about Bill.
No, Bill's in the first half. We don't even need this new half. We literally do not need anything from the new half. Like Bill is highly exposed in the first half.
All right. So what is it that you want to bring to?
So I mean, I don't know why I have to point out every pinpoint thing.
All right.
If anything, I would imply for anybody.
The reason why, because you got to substantiate your own argument. What do you want me to do about your?
I have to substantiate my argument by pointing out every single last thing he's done with the nigga.
Okay, so
I think I just named enough, right?
Okay, so
okay,
I'm confused.
I can see.
Anybody? I don't understand what's your argument. Can you please go ahead? Let me let you talk, because boy,
well, like I said, we should probably spend our time actually attacking the people who got more influence over our and control over our life, rather than
go ahead and do it.
Pusha T's.
Do it.
This is not my show, sir. I didn't make the headline for this. I didn't make the photo. This is not my show.
So, do you want to bring up the argument of these other people, or you don't? I'm giving you the floor so you could bring up the argument that you want to push out there, the people that you want to have highlight. I'm giving you the opportunity to highlight them. Do you not want to highlight those people? I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't think a conversation persists with just me talking, and that's just me trying to tell you guys stuff and whatever. I thought it was going to be a conversation, if anything.
Okay,
so that was the point of the show.
Right, for us to have the conversation,
So
you could. All right, so present the information. That's who you want to talk about. Then present the information, and then we could talk about it.
Present what information, Sharon? Which
the information that you want to talk about with these people? Do you want to take the information off of Jay-Z? You feel like that's whatever that situation is. You want to talk about these other politicians? Then go ahead and bring them up. I'm giving you the floor to bring them up, and so we can have the conversation about those politicians.
And that's the issue, cuzzo. You see, when it comes to protecting women and children, you know, they're not willing to have a dog in that fight, really, right? What his sole objective was to come on your show and defend Jay-Z, right? That's what he wanted to do.
But it's
he
not.
wanted to say, well, hey, why are we talking about these black entertainers? Leave them out of it, right?
No, I'm not.
Well, we're not.
I'm saying let's talk about people who actually affecting us.
Sir, I didn't cut you off. I was quiet. Now, every time you hear me speak, you want to cut me off. Now, just because we're talking about people who were associated and listed in those files, that does not mean we're not willing to talk about anybody else, right? So as Sharon asked you, he said, hey, who do you want to talk about that's on the list? You said nothing, right? And the reason why you said nothing is because you don't have a dog in this fight. When it comes to women and children getting violated, KT the GOAT is nowhere to be found. He doesn't want to have that conversation. The only way he wants to have that conversation is when he's trying to protect some other man he doesn't know. Just because why? Because he's of the culture, because he shares your same pigment, your same hue. And what I'm saying is, regardless of that, if you're black, white, green, yellow, if you are involved in or affiliated with the exploitation of women and children or the assault on women and children, then yes, we need to look at you with the side eye. You need to be publicly condemned, and these things need to be highlighted, because the more we talk about it, the more we highlight it, right? The more we give women and children the expression to or the platform to, you know, talk about what they've been through, then I think that's going to be part of the solution to where we get it drilled into these degenerate men heads that you need to recalibrate. No means no. Don't affiliate yourself with people who are exploiting children. Don't get on that flight. Don't engage in that music video, etc., etc. So regardless of the level of involvement, it's problematic and it needs to be talked about. Peace and love.
Brownsville, you're making hard ass statements, bro. Like, as somebody who should understand exactly the level of culpability, like, you're putting everybody who's ever been in a business move's life on the same plane, and that's insanity. You cannot say, we threw Patti LaBelle out there, Patti LaBelle's PR person, who was actually on the list. You can't say just because he was there, he was fucking around with little kids, bro. That's crazy word. Like,
but that's
you
not
cannot
what I
hold
said.
but you're trying to hold everybody responsible whose name was mentioned. And if your name is mentioned, that does not mean that you committed the crime. If you committed the crime, smoke them. But stop trying to smoke everybody who's ever done business with a man who does investment business.
That's correct.
insanity.
I just literally saw Whoopi Goldberg name, and I was like, I know y'all lying. And I looked a little bit further and read what they were talking about, and they were talking about a project they wanted to do with Whoopi Goldberg in a film, and thought she would make a great character in this type of film. So you can't recklessly be. Everybody mentioned in here is not associated with committing heinous sex crimes. I just wanted to throw that out there. Like unlike Hugh Hefner. Now I looked him up too, and we're gonna leave that right there. But
right.
yeah,
I totally agree with that. And that's not the discussion of the show. That's not what we were having. We weren't talking about Kendrick Lamar, right? Because they mentioned buying concert tickets. We weren't talking about people who was listed in the report but had no affiliation with said island or said person. What we were highlighting is Jay-Z has been accused of things, right? And one of the things he's been accused with is participation in essay of a female, right? Another thing that's been alleged is he conducted a music video on the island. Those things are problematic. And they don't need to be defended by KT to go. I'm sorry.
How is doing a music video on the island the same thing as committing essays on the island? Bro, one is a business deal, the other is not.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely, I won't allow that.
No, but so it can't be a thing.
No.
Cap.
Absolutely not.
That's
and the reason why I can't be a thing is because we know what his island reputation is.
Fine. It's also an island that literally hundreds of famous people have put their feet on. Hundreds.
Exactly.
So we're saying hundreds of people also engaged. We're putting a dime on 100 people have put their.
Yes.
That's fucking insane.
Yes, that's what
we're
doing.
Not really. Not when you looked at those stats again about 1 in 5 women being SA'd and 1 in 3 children. That's not insane. That hundreds of adults. Yeah.
Well, Beachy, one of the things I was going to bring up to you earlier.
There's millions of sexual predators in this universe.
Come on,
Beachy. One of the things I want to bring up to you earlier is in 2012 or 13. Obama actually put in the Second Chance Act where Homeland Security actually helps the agency you were talking about earlier. They've been part of that whole bid for the last almost 10 years. In order to help
children.
For missing and exploited children.
Yeah, they mention them and people are like they care. They still need funds and help and resources, and no one's really caring like that. And I mean, they yeah, I know. And yet we don't never hear this case is closed. Yeah, every 68 seconds, somebody's still going missing. It's going higher. You know what? It didn't used to be every 68 seconds. It used to be something. I can't remember what it was a few years back, but it wasn't every 68 seconds a kid come up missing so I don't know what they did, but they didn't do a good job.
And so and not only that, we cannot forget that allegedly, all this stuff is alleged. Him and Foxy Brown, allegedly. Him and Aaliyah, allegedly. Him and Beyonce, allegedly. R. Kelly, he worked with 2 albums with, did tours with. So, like, it's way too. And then he also did a video on the island. And then we just say, hey, we shouldn't be speaking about that. That's just wow when the case is built or is being built. Now, whether it can be.
It's wild that we talking about this case being built when this actual cases that's there. Like that's all I'm pointing out. Like it's
what
a
case?
List
okay, fine. What
Donald Trump. Y'all keep saying I ain't saying nobody. I said Donald Trump and Bill Clinton.
What case about Donald Trump?
We have the evidence. He's been associated. He's made purchases with Jeffrey Epstein. He's been talked about by Jeffrey Epstein personally more than anybody else in this file.
Mm-hmm.
He's associated with him. He's literally done business with him.
Okay, like, so tell me what he's done.
What do you mean what he's done?
Okay, so like for example.
So now Jay-Z just being named around the niggas enough for you. For
example, the young lady said she woke up in a place where Harry Weinstein had some fingers inside of her and Jay-Z was sitting next to her. That is what it said in the file, right? That's the part that I read. So now tell me the part. Now tell me the part that you read that you want to talk about Donald Trump involvement with Epstein.
Sharon, nobody talking about reading the exact point of this and naming every point. Boy, you just be losing it.
KT, you're proving his point.
How?
Like you don't, because you can bring up Donald Trump's name, but you can't.
Question. Whoopi Goldberg's name in like BG just said. Are we now saying throw Whoopi Goldberg's away?
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. So,
and
like for example,
Jay-Z is named by who? But listen, is Jay-Z named by Jeffrey Epstein, or is we saying that he's named by somebody that said something about him being with Harvey Weinstein? And
your
again,
point,
this
bro.
This is not Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand this right. You want me to talk about Trump for you. I will go and find the evidence. I don't have no problem with talking about Trump at all.
We don't need to even get in this. The first
from the beginning of this show, I was talking about how people are not going to, especially the Republicans, are not going to want to talk about it because their man is in this file 5,000 times. I already said that. So I already established that. I don't give a damn who it is. So again, if you want to bring up somebody, then you need to push your evidence that you want to talk about. Unless you just saying you want Sharon to dig up the evidence for you and talk about it for you.
You know what I'm saying? We as people probably shouldn't waste our time talking about the alleged people and maybe just stick on people who are actually like proven that we could,
but it's not
be convicted, right?
But KT, right? So if I say Donald Trump, right, I bring up the example, like in the file, it talks about him at a party, like in the very back, and a young minor girl that worked at the party came and gave him oral, and she bent down while giving oral, and he smacked her. Okay, that's in one of the files, right? That's an example on if I'm going to bring up Trump. You know what I mean? That's an example. So
no, hold up. So why do you have to have that example? Like we all know Trump in the file, right? Did you have to read every page to know Trump in the file?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have to read pages.
Before this first half, was he not already in the first half that they presented?
Yes, but it was redacted.
Yeah, so that's why. Listen, even without the redactions, they were still saying that we could clearly see that he was talking about Trump. They talking about Mar-a-Lago. That's unredacted. We know this shit.
Yeah,
okay?
but based off your point, if there's no story, we're finished.
So
because based off your point,
evidence on. Oh, go ahead.
It's based off your point and your logic, right? That we just can't associate people's name in it. Is without the story of the alleged victim telling the story, then Trump's name is just alleged in there, and we can't say nothing about it. But her statement, and there's 20 other statements from other women and other victims about Trump, Epstein, and other people. You have to bring an example. Like if you're gonna bring up Trump, bring up an example. It's Ron brought up Jay-Z, and he brought up the situation with Harvey Weinstein with the finger in the girl, and when she looked to his left or right, Jay-Z was there. He brought up the Pusha T situation with the drugs and bringing people to the party. I mean, it like you can just read it for yourself, but it seems like people who want to protect their people, they just read other shit and just like want to point the camera at other shit rather than reading their own people. Like for example, Trump with the palette, like with the calendar girls, he was auctioning off young girls at his hotel or whatever party that they were at, and how he would test them. He'd put their finger in their vajayjay in front of everybody. Like this is another story that's in the files, and there's another story about him is threatening to murder a girl and her uncle and her family if she ever came out, and there's hundreds of stories. Okay, so that's what we're talking about.
I'm just
look it up.
Out, do we have to name every story to say like these are people we should be going after? That's all I'm pointing out. Like I mean, some of this I know, some of this
we're trying
I
to get you. We're trying to get you to understand. Like you cannot just accuse a person without actually having your evidence to back up and substantiate why you want to bring up that person. So when I brought up whoever I brought up, I'm giving you what the part that I personally read already. So when you bring up somebody else, bring up the parts that you read and you want to highlight, so we can highlight it. If I didn't read it yet, I can't highlight it yet.
Are we all
So,
in
so
agreement
Sharon,
of how diabolical and evil and other things I won't say publicly of performing a finger test on a female and what that conclusion of that finger test gives? Are we all understanding that?
Oh yeah, that's savage. Yeah.
Because I don't think everybody does understand what that identifies from that female, what that test does. And I
Hey,
won't.
so I just put
Man.
it.
Yeah. I was like,
Hey, Shadow.
question.
But I put it in the back chat. Hey, Shadow. I just put it in the back chat. That's a link to a story that they found in just one of the Epstein files. But there's multiple accounts of different victims sharing their story to the FBI, like about what Trump and what others did.
Okay. I'm also posting in the back chat where those same victims, I don't know if this is the same victim that I'm reading about, because it said, quote unquote, 12 victims have made the comment who they questioned about Trump, said Trump had no wrongdoing. So, and again, I'm not defending Trump. If what you're showing is true, he should have been in jail this morning.
So
He should be in jail this morning.
So I got a question. So what we gonna do about Jay-Z and everybody else that is presented for right now?
Nothing's gonna happen because Pam Bondi is the leader of the DOJ. If she was the same person when Epstein got caught in Florida, she was the attorney general that gave him a sweetheart deal. So nothing's gonna happen because Trump has his people and loyalists in office, and they're gonna cover this up as much as they can. And so they're not gonna investigate because it doesn't benefit them.
But I'm talking about far as we, the people, what we gonna
We can unfollow them, is we can stop paying for their music, is we can stop watching their content. Anybody that Jay-Z's funding that is connected, we stop supporting them, and we start like supporting people that we actually, know for a fact is not part of this shit.
Yeah.
That means we also got to take out everybody with Diddy too.
What about hypothetically? What about if Denzel's in there? Denzel Washington.
Let's go look at
hold on. So let me just make sure clear. It doesn't matter what.
I just asking questions.
There's no need to ask anymore, right? So anybody that's watching, it don't matter what name is on there. Once they are on there and it's backed by some that they doing something nefarious, especially to women and children, that is a wrap. It don't matter who the person is or how much you personally think that this person is great for our community. It don't matter once they are on there. It don't matter what name you throw out there.
Mm-hmm. I second that motion.
And that's the harsh line we gotta have. And once we can all get on one accord with that, and then now we can just start going through the files and cancel these people one by one and get on accord with that and convince everybody else to get on that same accord. Stop worshiping people that are doing devilish things. That time is over. Cat Williams said it. After he said it's nothing but the truth, that's what we're going to do. We're going to deal in justice. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle they are on.
Yeah, man, y'all got to read because I put in my man Denzel because y'all not. And he's in there, but Jeffrey's inviting people to a premiere of the Equalizer party. And he's attached it, and he's just saying he's talking about the movie, what it's about, and he wanted to do a premiere party. Well, that's only on the second one out of three of the 36 results I've gotten so far. So you're gonna have to read, okay? You just can't put somebody's name in and be like, oh, Denzel in there. You know,
we got to be able to substantiate our argument why we calling that person's name and what they did, what's their involvement, and do we have some evidence to what they are doing, right? Yeah. Do we have a track record of what these people are doing? So, for example, we do have somewhat of a track record of Jay-Z, even this whole paternity fraud with this alleged son dude, right? If it's proven that is his child, it would also show that he is having contact with underage girls if it was proven that was his kid, right? So all these things like is not just a coinky dink that he's connected to teenage young women.
But you
And we
know
got,
what, Geronimo? But you know, the thing is, people are so biased, nobody's gonna care.
well, we got to. So that's the problem.
Even
No, no, no.
even
That's the
let's
problem
say
that we actually
everybody,
believe.
let's say
We
everybody
actually,
that's in the room and
the
everybody say,
problem, G
okay, we
Money,
gonna cancel Jay-Z.
G Money. The problem is that people feel like they are so insignificant that we don't matter. We absolutely matter.
Right.
We do. Our small voices that you want to try to put it on us, I don't accept that. My voice ain't small.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to accept that because I'm talking about it. Nobody else cares. No, what I say matters.
Right. But
And
I'm saying,
everybody else that's watching that don't want to comment, that is afraid to comment, afraid to jump out the clouds, your voice matter as well.
right. For sure, for sure. But when you go back to history, what happened with R. Kelly? There was a tape on it. David Chappelle even made a comedy skit about it.
Not only that,
People
he still
still
almost
supported R. Kelly. So
G Money.
that's why I'm coming up
He
with
almost got away with it. He almost got away with it, G Money, because not enough people was willing to say, hey, that's effed up and we got to draw a hard line. It is time for especially our brothers to stand up and draw a hard line on what is acceptable and what is not. Stop giving the victim an excuse, victim blame, and say, well, she was 16, but she knew what she was doing with that grown ass man. And not saying that this man used his celebrity, his age, his money, and his power to take advantage of somebody. And all these other celebrities that is connected to it in some nefarious ways, they are using their situation to take advantage of somebody. It even goes and people keep trying to act like these are just the higher ups. It even happened with somebody as small as content creators on YouTube. They are using they clout chasing abilities to use women to fly them all the places just so they can do certain things that they would never have access to. We seeing it happening right now.
So do we need to cancel everybody with Bad Boy?
Why are we asking that question again? Right, I already answered that.
Obviously. Oh, okay. But I'm saying obviously.
I already answered that. It doesn't matter who the person is and what they're affiliated with. I don't care. So asking like, does it like it's going to change it? It doesn't matter.
So Sharon, Titan, Cool, Brownsville, G Money, go everybody. Are y'all honestly? Are y'all gonna in your own community, in your own families? Are you gonna go put in your zip code for your neighborhood, pull up the registered sex offender list that's publicly available to all of us nationwide, identify which people in your neighborhood are registered sex offenders, find out what they're involved in and making sure they're staying in code. They're so many miles away from a school. They're not on the same street as a school bus, that they're not being employed by places that have children. Are y'all going to take that energy and actually do this stuff in the place that you can actually make a difference and affect the world? Because y'all can't do nothing about what Jay-Z and them doing, Trump doing, etc. billionaires. Y'all don't have that reach, but you do have a reach. If you see down the street, but this is my point. Y'all doing this talk, but I guarantee you put in that zip code. I don't care if it's your family member, pull up a cousin or your homeboy on the job. Are you willing to do that first? You got to start where you can make the most impact and most power, and that's in your own community. Are y'all gonna do those things? Are y'all, Sharon? You know others that are in your area that are registered.
Beachy,
you check it regularly.
Hey, Beachy, I would love to do that. But the city that I'm in, highly aggressive. Highly aggressive.
What they got to do with you searching? They don't have your computer. What does
you said go to the doors and the people in the neighborhood and interact. But what I'm saying, the city that I'm in, highly aggressive, and they're not, and you trying to present them with something that they're not even tripping on at the moment.
What you mean they're not tripping
it could be. No, I understand that part, but I'm saying it can be a sticky situation. Is what I'm saying. You get
trying to defend some. Okay, my God, look.
No, I'm just saying.
Coming out right. You need to
clean that up. I'm just saying.
But to answer your question, Beachy, yes.
Right now, so you're not worried about it.
Yes. I have children, so we look up who's in the area. and whatnot. No, I'm not gonna go out and make sure that they're hundreds of feet away from a school. I'm not a police officer. Like, I'm not part of the neighborhood watch and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna do that. But what we can do is we can vote people in our local and federal government that will hold these people accountable. You know what I mean? If one of these like politicians run on a platform saying that they're gonna arrest people and reinvestigate the Epstein and all that, yeah, if they got my vote and we're gonna vote them in, and then they'll put somebody at the head of the FBI and DOJ that will go and investigate and potentially can arrest these people. So yeah, if all of us come together and find the right person to vote in, then yeah, we can hold these people accountable. But to answer your question, no, I'm not going out and
Now
making
that
sure that
sounds like a
these
plan, Cool.
sex
That
offenders.
sounds like a plan.
No,
But I do
Sure.
check the registry though.
You don't have to be aggressive.
Hey,
with
Beachy.
people, but you can make calls. I done called and told excuse me, do you know that you got a sodomizer employed over there, because he got a screenshot. Like, you just I make more impact in my own community than I could ever do with these Epstein. I can't do nothing with that. But what I can do is I check routinely, monthly, who added to that list, and if I recognize, I'm calling, I'm taking a screen. You don't even got a screenshot. You can just forward that file over to somebody else and circulate it. And that's the difference. That's what I can do, because I can't touch Jay-Z. I don't got that type of goddamn power, and I'm fine with that. But who I can touch, and I'm not talking about physically, I can make a phone call and let that's your husband. Did you know he got a charge, ma'am, this deacon? Oh, you didn't know that? Well, now you do know. Like, I mean, what are they going to do? Or that we send anonymous letters with the printouts of people like, you might not know this, but your partner them over, you're going to get you caught up. It's all type of things. But I that's why I'm trying to figure out how serious you really all are. Are you sincere about trying to put a dent on people knowing who the predators really are? Because I guarantee you, out of all of us, not none of us in any community that is exempt from a pedophile or predator, a sexual assault. They're all around us. There's probably a couple on the street right now. I haven't checked in a couple months. Somebody done moved in somewhere, and I'm gonna see them pop up, and I'm gonna say, well. Down here on Turner Street, turn left, the house on the right, y'all. We got a free, that type of stuff. I'm just curious if y'all actually do anything for real, or is just, I'm out for the commentary too, but I'm just curious.
So Queen, what you're saying is 100% totally right, and what men should be interested in doing to protect their community, right? And you can do it in a various amount of ways, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that we're doing right now online today is spreading awareness, right? Which is why I'm happy that you came on a panel to speak from your point of view on how it may affect women, right? Or young girls who may be victims of this type of situation. Now, as far as my community, yeah, I'm very, very active when it comes to missing children, when it comes to the registry, when it comes to community watch. Very, very, very acclimated in responding to all of those things. Like you articulated, how far they have to be away from school zones. When and where can they, pick their kids up and drop them off, et cetera, right? All of those things matter. Because we know that once they're on a registry, the reason why we have a registry, because we understand that there's a strong propensity for them to offend again, right? Once they offend the first time, it's a strong propensity that they're going to reoffend. So that's why the registry was created in the first place. So I believe what you're saying is correct. It's a call to action, and all of these men who are listening and on the panel should be doing their own due diligence in their community. I'm sure if you go into your community, there's at least a Facebook group that has been created that shows the registry and shows where people live and gives you certain information, right? I would encourage you to participate in it, be an advocate for it, and be a resource, right? Because guess what? your family and the protection of your community should be your responsibility, not just local law enforcement, right? Because oftentimes you as a community member, you may be made aware of something before law enforcement is made aware of it, right? So you can do something to prevent an SA or, you know, nefarious interaction that transpires between an adult and a child, et cetera, et cetera. So take what the queen is saying with vigor and become active in your community to prevent other situations like the Epstein files, right? Because guess what? There's an Epstein file pretty much in every community.
Bam. And that's what I was waiting to hear. We
right?
the walking talking Epstein files, y'all, like in our community. I was waiting for somebody to say that. Thank you.
Right. And really it's time for upstanding men to take personal responsibility in your community to highlight the Epstein file and also protect it in a way to where those people won't feel comfortable in re-offending the people of your community. And you should not be idle.
Hello.
Yo, Brownsville, I definitely agree with you, Brownsville. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn or promote my channel, but for people that know me and follow me on my sector of YouTube, they know that I'm renowned for hunting down cults. For example, the Rashad Jamal cult, the Nature Boy cult, the Pharaoh cult, the Black Hammer cult. And I've helped a lot of people not get into these cults. I've worked with law enforcement to help track down missing people when it comes to these guys leaving their families to go join these cult movements. So I do what I can for my community. Obviously, I could probably do more. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, that's all we can do is make awareness and do what we can locally. So I definitely agree with Beachy on that, for sure.
Welcome to the show.
Another female.
Welcome to the show. Koja, good day. Happy New Year.
Hey, strangers. Happy New Year to everybody. And if you was here when the Brother Polite stuff was going down and y'all was sitting up agreeing with the man who got the psychology thing, who they say is under investigation for Medicaid fraud, I'm going to call BS. Because when I stepped up here and BMT, and you know his name, I ain't gonna call his name because you know they say he might be he under investigation for all them frauds and stuff. And he was like, what that song was, brown sugar, light chocolate, hot coffee, whatever songs he was singing. Everybody was up here on my ass, and he was like, "Oh, I've defended cases in Florida." I was like, "No, that mother did what she was supposed to do. If she didn't, Florida wouldn't have let her go." The Menzies was up here, cut my mic, defending them. We all know the predators in the community. We see them at the corner store. We see them around. Sometimes they be our teachers. Sometimes they be the band instructors. Sometimes it was the old man who had married one of his girls' dresses in the classroom. When these men be mentoring, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get the young boys, but I'm only hanging with the young boys so I can get the young girls," and saying that broke men don't need to date, meaning that young teenagers and young men of 20 years old don't need to date because they trying to cleanse the palate so they could come in because I'm the older man with the money. Do you call them out? Do you broke men so to clear the plate for all the old men who got a little bit of change could come in. See Brother Polite and see, but when I was somebody with a degree who under investigation now, all men was like, "Oh, I don't know what she was talking about." But Sharon, was you part of that when that was going down?
I don't believe so. You know, I don't.
And I was standing on business. And men was protecting men.
You know, I don't do that lovers of men thing. I don't protect no men from doing degenerate behavior.
don't know if you was in the space or not when it was the brother polite. What that was, less than 2 years ago.
Now, yeah, I don't protect. I don't
Yeah.
protect. I'm not a lover of men. I don't protect any man
But
that's doing this criminal behavior. And everybody should know that about me. By the way.
well, they were defending brother polite, and they were talking about the mama. Even though the mama called the police and did what she was supposed to do as a mother, and they let that child. And I was calling out policy and law and statutes. But since my mama only worked for the Department of Children and Family for like 25 years as a child abuse investigator and elderly abuse investigator, and we discussed all of those things as an adult in my life, and I was knowing the statutes, they called me a liar. I guess I ain't had enough degrees, or maybe it was my gender, or maybe men was protecting men, saying the mama shouldn't have did this, but the mama ain't in jail, but polite in jail, because had the mother not done that, they would have took that child from her and never let her go home. See, she came within minutes. She was called the whole time and was up there gender banging instead of looking at the law. Back in Palm Beach County, because I grew up in Palm Beach County, which is Trump's stomping ground. What's never going to make it into the news is the number of children that went missing that time through foster care. And why the Department of Children and Families, which is the Child Abuse Investigatory Agency, had to be rebranded because they lost children. And now it's CF, but
Koja,
HRS,
Koja, you having microphone issues. I can't fix it on my side. I'm just letting you know that you're having microphone issues.
I just really said what I had to say. I'm gonna drop down, but I just wanted to drop that thing about.
Hey, Sharon, I just want to tell you that I'm about to go, man. Thank you for having me up.
No doubt. Appreciate you, G Money. Yeah, and you know, and we do see that it is a lot of men that give excuses for men. That ain't going on my channel. It ain't never been on my channel. Let everybody know that I got a long history of not allowing that on my channel. Going on 3 years now of not allowing men to just say BS on my channel since I started my channel. So just for anybody that want to question, because I always get questioned even though I have plethora of proof behind my years on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So
well, I ain't trying to bring up the past, because that had nothing to do with Sharon channel, but it's a space, a sphere that do be protecting the men in their devious behavior, because some of us ain't forgot about that somebody's moderator who got off the panel about 6-7 years ago and irked the wife and his stepdaughter. When I tried to speak on the story, they told me to shut up and threaten me, and I was new here. I need to mind my business, and that's what I did. But I'm just stating we ain't forgot. And that was somebody's moderator. I'm just, but he got locked up and he in jail, but y'all kept that quiet over there in certain spaces. I didn't want us talking about it, but the whole moderator got off the stream. Murked the dang gone wife and her daughter.
Lord have mercy. That's craziness. Yeah, that is crazy. And I do understand that these conversations are not easy to because when you're looking just for justice, you're gonna have some principles, and you cannot just gender bang, and you cannot just political party bang when these type of information come out, right? Because we're gonna find out that there's a bunch of women that's going to be exposed in these files as well. Right, we're gonna find out as well. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna find out it's gonna be Republicans a part of it, Democrats a part of it, independents, entertainers, all types of industry leaders.
Yes, ladies, we're not gonna act like ladies don't be pushing.
Absolutely.
The madams be pushing these girls. That's who really, what?
You need women to do it, right? Because you need to bring a woman's defense down a little bit, right? So this is a situation when you want justice. It don't matter what gender, what political party you're part of, what color the person is, black, white, or indifferent, Spanish, whatever. You're a part of it, and you attached to it with some nefarious acts. you should go down, and we the people got to speak up about it as much as we possibly can. And it's just what it is. We got to try to get more attention. We need to make it okay to have these kind of conversations as well, not just talk about, you know, we see so many channels that have conversations about relationships, and then the people that's associated with their relationship, none of them are in strong relationships. I don't even know how they maintain, at this point in my life, I don't even understand how they maintain such a big audience of people that are not a part of relationships. The more they be having conversations, Beachy, right? The person will come to the show. They started off happily married. 1 year later, they like, man, I'm getting divorced. What? So clearly, this goddamn channel that you've been frequently for the past year or two ain't help you at all. And I don't be understanding it, but people will still go back to that shit. Watch a whole bunch of people that are not good at relationships, and they'll go back to having those conversations and everything. It is mind-boggling.
And I can double down on that, and I can show you several channels where women came on and they had custody of their children, and in under 2 years, they've lost custody of their children over YouTube, but they came on panels to speak about families and children, and they don't even have custody anymore. So yeah, what about them? It's a whole gang of them.
That's insane. That's insanity to me.
Over you, yeah.
I so me, I don't know nothing about that. So you just put me onto a scenario that I had no idea about. But that's insane. It's insanity to me.
They shouldn't be allowed to speak. If it was up to me, I won't sit on panels with them. If you can keep your child, and you're not gonna sit next to me on no panel, and we don't got nothing to talk about. Like, you could do all type of fuckery, but you play around and lose custody of your children, and we don't need to be having a conversation. I mean,
children, 100%. You better not tell me no parenting. Hey, that's crazy. Let's get up out of here. We hit the 5-hour mark. I think we did a really good job of starting the conversation about these Epstein files that we finally got out in the world. Nobody knew it was going to be 3 million pages. Lord, that's a lot of reading people are going to have to do. People don't understand 3 million pages and 2,000 videos. That's a lot.
That got to be broken. You got to make a team of people to break it down. Like, okay, Sharon, you're gonna get 50,000 to read, and Brownsville, you take this 75. Like, it can't no, you can't do that on your own. Like, you won't be able to retain the information. You'll get lost in it. So we need a team of people and break that down and do it that way. That's the only way you're gonna get past 3 million pages. How many videos? 200?
2,000.
2,000.
A lot.
Yeah. So anybody want to sign up for the Epstein study group investigations? We got a study group going for the Epstein files. If you want to join in for study session and research section.
Hey, cuz, you got any final thoughts?
Peace and love, everybody. Enjoy your week, and listen to what Queen Beachy said. Get active in your community. There's an Epstein file attached to every community. And, it's up to you on your level of commitment to stopping, more Epstein files from being created.
Absolutely. And make sure we got over 130 people still here. Make sure y'all drop a comment after the show is over. It really helps us out. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all.
Not around with me. Let me